Okay, so good morning, everybody, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, probably, depending on the place where you are, to online participants. My name is Yoichi Ida, the former Assistant Vice Minister of Japanese Ministry of Internal Affairs, and also the chair of OECD Digital Policy Committee. So thank you very much for joining us. And today we are discussing the current situation and also the some foresight on global AI governance. And we have very excellent speakers on my left side. So let me introduce briefly my speakers before they take the floor and make their own self-introduction. So from my end, first Dr. Ansgar Kone, the Global AI Ethics and the Regulatory Leader from E&I Global Public Policy. Next to him, Mr. Abhishek Singh, the Undersecretary, no, maybe, from the Indian Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you very much, Abhishek. And next to him, we have Lucia Russo from OECD, economist at AI and Digital Emerging Technologies Division. So next to her, we have Miss Belinda Claiborne, Director of Privacy and AI Policy from Meta. Thank you very much for joining us. And last not, of course, least, we have Dr. Yuha Haikira, advisor for international aspects of artificial intelligence from European Commission. Thank you very much for joining us. So, AI governance. As all of you know, we are seeing rapid changes in technologies, but also the policy formulation. Japanese government started the international discussion on AI governance as early as year 2016, when we made a proposal on an international discussion on AI governance at G7 and also OECD. So this proposal led to the agreement on first international and intergovernmental principle as OECD AI principles in the year 2019, and also the G7 discussion led to the launch of global partnership on AI GPay in the year 2020. Also, UNESCO started the discussion on ethical AI recommendations, and the European Commission started the discussion on AI governance framework, which led to the enactment of AI Act in the year 2023. After these years, we saw a rapid change in AI technology, in particular, near the end of 2022, a rapid rise of ChatGPT. And we saw a lot of new types of risks and challenges brought by new AI technology. That was the background why we started the discussion at G7 on Hiroshima process. We wanted to respond to the new risks and challenges brought by generative AI, and near the end of the year, G7 agreed on code of conduct and guiding principles of Hiroshima AI process. And this effort led to the launch of reporting framework for code of conduct of Hiroshima process in the year 2024. And this year, we saw 20 reports by AI companies publicized on OECD website on the 22nd of April. In the meantime, UN also started the discussion on AI governance, and we saw the agreement on UN resolutions on, related to AI, 2 resolutions, one led by US and one led by China. UN also started the discussion on Global Digital Compact, which concluded in September 2024, and we are now in the process of GDC follow-up and also in the beginning of discussion on WSIS Plus 20 review. So this is the rapid and the short history of AI governance discussion and over the last probably several years. And against this background, I would like to discuss with these excellent speakers on what are the priorities and the emphasis in these discussions for different stakeholders in AI ecosystem and what are their perspectives. So let me begin with Lucia from OECD. So what do you think your priorities and emphasis are in promoting international or global AI governance? And what international initiatives and frameworks do you consider very significant at present and also for the future discussion for countries, for international organizations and other stakeholders? What is your view?
Thank you, Yoichi. Good morning, and thank you, my fellow panelists, for this interesting discussion. As Yoichi mentioned, we have started working at the OECD together with countries like Japan and multi-stakeholder groups on international AI governance back in 2019. And we have continued that work throughout the years to move from these principles that were adopted by countries into policy guidance on how to put them into practice. And the role of the OECD has been, since then, to be a convener of countries and multi-stakeholder groups, and to provide policy guide and analytical work to support evidence-based and understanding of the risks and opportunities of artificial intelligence. So I think in terms of the role for the OECD, there are 3 main strategic pillars. So this moving from principle to practice, and that is undertaken through several initiatives that range from a broad expert community that is supporting our work to providing metrics for policymakers, and this is through our OECD.ai policy observatory that provides trends and data, but also a database of national AI policies that allows countries to see what others are doing and also learn from experiences across the globe. And third, to promote inclusive international cooperation. And in that regard, a key major milestone was achieved last July 2024, where the Global Partnership on AI and OECD merged and joined forces to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy AI that would, again, broaden the geographic scope beyond OECD members. We have now 44 members of the Global Partnership on AI, and these include 6 countries that are not OECD members, including India, Serbia, Senegal, Brazil, and Singapore. And so the idea is that that broader geographic scope will also increase as we proceed, and so that will foster even more effective, inclusive conversations with these countries. And in terms of priorities that we see, of course, it was mentioned the Hiroshima AI process, and that is an initiative that we see as very prominent because it allows having a common standardized framework for these principles that were adopted by the G7, but are of course open to countries beyond the G7. But more than that is also the transparency element that is very important, because it's not only about committing to these principles, it's also demonstrating that companies are acting upon these principles and sharing in a transparent way which concrete actions they are taking to put them into practice. And this is really where we see also the learning experience and again, both for countries and for companies themselves that can share these initiatives and learn what they are doing in practice to promote the different principles that we see in the framework. So I think looking forward, these are the areas where the OECD will continue working: evidence, inclusive multi-stakeholder cooperation, and guidance on policies.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, OECD AI principles agreed in 2019 paved a robust foundation for national and international AI governance, and our government was very much supportive, and also we learned quite a lot from these principles. And Japan enacted new AI law only last month, but there are a lot of reflection from AI principles of OECD into our own AI law. So thank you very much. So I would like to invite two speakers from governmental bodies. So now I turn to Abhishek. Thank you very much for joining us. From the government perspective, what do you think your priorities and emphasis in developing AI governance, and also what do you evaluate the current situation?
Thank you, Yoichi, and thank you for highlighting this very, very important issue of AI governance and how we can work together with the global community, especially with the work which is done at the OECD and various forums, whether it's the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI, the G7 Hiroshima process, the G20 initiatives at Brazil and now South Africa. So like the whole world together, we are trying to address a common issue with regard to how we can leverage the power of this technology, how we can use it for larger social good, how we can use it for enabling access to services, how it can lead to empowering people at the last mile. So that has been the principal mantra of what we have been doing in India. We have a large country, and we do believe that AI can be a kinetic enabler for empowering people and enabling access to education, healthcare, the remotest corners of the country in various languages, and enabling a voice interface for empowering people. To do this, we need to have a balanced pro-innovation, inclusive approach towards development of the technology. We need to ensure that access to AI, compute, the data sets, algorithms, and other tools for building safe and trusted AI is more equitable. Currently, the state of the technology is such that the real power of AI is concentrated in a few companies in a few countries. If you have to democratize this, if you have to kind of ensure that the global south become a stakeholder in the conversations around, we need to have this principle ingrained at all forums. I'm happy to mention that at the GPA sessions that we chaired and following last year in Serbia and coming in Slovakia, this principle is well ingrained. The OECD inclusive framework also that we came up for GPA 2.0, it also defines that we need to become much more inclusive. We need to bring countries of the global south at the decision-making tables, and towards this, the initiatives at Global Digital Compact is also very welcome. But for the practical steps, how do we actually make it happen? How do we ensure that a researcher in a remote corner in a low and medium income country has access to similar compute that a researcher, say, in the Silicon Valley has? We'll need to create frameworks. The AI Action Summit that France co-chaired along with India, there was a concept of current AI that came in, which required commitments, financial commitments to build up a institutional framework for funding such initiatives, for adopting AI-based technology. So that is something that we need to continue. And as we move from the French summit to the India summit that we'll be hosting next year in February, we'll need to work with the entire AI community to institutionalize this. How do we ensure that in India we are making compute accessible at a very low cost, like the high-end H100s, H200s are made available at a cost less than $1 per GPU per hour. Can we build up a similar framework so that researchers in low and medium income countries also get access to something similar? Can we build up a data sharing protocol, a protocol in which when models are trained, the data sets are much more inclusive. The data sets from contextually relevant data sets in various languages, whether they are from Asia or Africa or anywhere, can they be included while we are training the models? Can we have the cultural context added to the training data sets? If that is done, the entire development of AI will become much more inclusive. We'll be able to address problem statements, like, for example, diagnosing diseases, whether it's tuberculosis or breast cancer or diabetic retinopathy. If we are developing such solutions, or if we are developing solutions for aiding farmers, for farmer advisories, whichever geography these solutions are developed, can they be shared across other countries? We have a model in the DPI ecosystem that was developed, the digital public infrastructure. So there is a global depository of DPI solutions. Can we build up a global depository of AI solutions, which can be accessible through more countries? So that's something that we need to work on when we are working at global governance frameworks. And there are tools. How do we do privacy enhancing? How do we do anonymization of data? How do we ensure that we are able to prevent the damage that deep fakes can cause? How do we, democracies across the world are facing these challenges from misinformation on social media, and AI sometimes becomes an enabler for that. So can we develop tools for watermarking AI content? Can we develop global frameworks so that social media companies become part of this whole ecosystem, so we can prevent the risks that democracies have? So if we create such a governance framework in which all such issues are addressed, including building capacities across the world, we will be able to build up an AI ecosystem that will be more fair, more balanced, more equitable. So we are working with the global community towards this, and I hope that this discussion will further contribute to creating such enabling frameworks.
Okay, thank you very much for the very comprehensive remark. And I cannot agree more when you say, you know, we want to make use of the power of this technology. And I believe the ultimate objective of governance is to make use of this technology as much as possible, but also without concern. So this is a point we need to share, and also the common objective of building up the global governance framework. Having said this, Yuha, people say, you know, AI Act may be a little bit too strict and bringing the excessive regulation. I don't know. What is your opinion, and what is the priorities or requirement of EU?
Thank you, Yoichi, and thank you very much for this invitation. So I think it's very useful to understand that the AI Act does not regulate the technology in itself. It regulates certain uses of AI. So we have a risk-based approach, and it only intervenes where it's necessary. So there are these statements that it regulates AI. It doesn't actually. It regulates certain uses of AI which are considered to be either too harmful or dangerous, or too risky, so that there need to be some safeguards in place. So in fact, it's innovation friendly because about 80%, according to our estimate, maybe even 85% of AI systems that we see around would be unaffected by it. And it applies equally to everyone placing AI systems on the EU market, whether they are European, Asian, American, you name it. So in that sense, it creates a sort of level playing field, and it prevents fragmentation. So we have uniform rules in the European Union. We don't have a patchwork of rules. It's not as if we wouldn't have regulation without the AI Act, because the member states of the European Union would have proceeded to regulate. But the regulation is just one aspect of our activities. And it's a common misconception that we only do regulation. We actually invest a lot in innovation. We've been doing that over the years, and we've only increased our investment in that. Made several announcements about that in recent months. And the third pillar, in addition to trust, so regulation, excellence, so innovation, research, etc. The third pillar is international engagement. So we think that because some of the challenges, or many of them related to AI, actually don't know boundaries. They are global. We think that cooperation is both necessary and useful. So we want to be involved and we engage bilaterally and multilaterally to support the setting up of a global level playing field for trustworthy human-centric AI. And we build coalitions with those who share the objectives. We want to have AI for the good of us all. So we want to promote the responsible stewardship and democratic governance of AI, but we also do cooperation on technical aspects. For example, cooperation on AI safety, support to innovation, and its take-up in some key sectors. So we do this both bilaterally with a number of partner countries, which is increasing, but we're also involved in all the key discussions. G7, so Hiroshima process was already mentioned, Hiroshima Friends, G20, the Global Partnership on AI. So we are a founding member, the European Union is a founding member of the Global Partnership on AI. So we've been involved in that from the very, very beginning. Now, of course, in an integrated partnership with the OECD. And with the OECD, of course, we are involved in all the key working groups which relate to AI. We are a member of the network of AI safety institutes, and we've been actively involved also in the summits, Bletchley, Seoul, Paris, and then the upcoming summit in India is, of course, also where we will be involved in. And, of course, we are also, via the member states, we are involved in the UN processes, so especially the Global Digital Compact and its implementation, which is now in a critical phase. And basically, we do this from two perspectives. On the one hand, we do it to promote our goals, which I listed, and then also to ensure that whatever conclusions, declarations, and statements that result from these initiatives and events, that they are compatible with our objectives on the one hand, and the strategy, and compatible also with our regulations, so that we don't end up in a situation where we have international commitments which are somehow conflicting with what is our strategy in general, and then our regulation in particular. So this is basically the rationale for our engagement and our involvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very detailed explanation. And we really understand, the EU AI Act is objective pursuing the innovation-friendly environment across EU region. And we also discussed in G7, the different countries, different jurisdictions have different backgrounds, different social or cultural or historical conditions. So the approaches to AI governance have to be different from one from another. But still, that is why we need to pursue interoperability across different jurisdictions, different frameworks. And I'm personally impressed by the approach by European Commission in the discussion on the Code of Practice of AI Act, which is very open to all stakeholders. So our private sector people were also very much impressed when they joined the discussion and submitted their comments, which were much reflected to the current text. And we are expecting the very good result from the discussion as Code of Practice as part of the AI Act. Thank you very much. So now I turn to the other stakeholders. So Melinda, from the perspective of a big AI company, how do you evaluate the current situation of global AI governance? And also, what are the priorities, or what are the requirement as a private company in the governance framework, and what do you expect?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. As you were giving the opening remarks and listing all of the frameworks and the acronyms and all of the principles and bodies that are involved here, it's really remarkable the work that has gone on in the last couple years in the international community on AI governance. And there's just been an incredible proliferation of frameworks and principles and codes and governing strategies. And I think at this moment, it's really important to consider connecting the dots. I think we don't want to continue down the road of duplication and proliferation and continued putting down of principles. I think we've largely seen a similarity of and a coherence of approach around the various frameworks that have been put out at a high level. And I think it's really important at this point to think about how do we connect these frameworks and these principles.
Thank you. How do we connect these principles and these frameworks? Because if we do not think about that, then we are at risk, I think it was mentioned, of fragmentation. And from a private company's perspective, the challenge of running this technology and developing and deploying this technology that is global and doesn't have borders, as we're all familiar with, is the risk of the fragmentation of approach. And so I think it's really important to think about what do we have in common and how do we draw connections between these principles. Another priority is really moving from principle to practice. And I've been encouraged to see this as a kind of theme in conversations throughout a few days here on AI governance. We have the principles, but how do we put them into practice? And I mean that in a few different ways. Of course, from a company's perspective, what does it mean? And I'm encouraged by the work of kind of trying to translate some of these things into concrete measures. But I think also from a country's perspective, countries that want to implement and deploy and really roll out AI solutions to public challenges, how do they do that? What is the toolkit of measures and policies and frameworks at a domestic level that is important to have in place? Things like an energy policy, a scientific infrastructure and research infrastructure, data, compute power, all of those things are really important. How do countries make sure they have the right elements in place to really leverage AI? And then I think, of course, from the perspective of policy institutions, how do they set out toolkits and frameworks to make sure that all stakeholders have the opportunity to adopt AI? And so I think I'm also encouraged as we think about moving from principle to practice that there seems to be a broadening of the conversation. I think in terms of the focus beyond, some of the early conversation in the AI governance space was focused solely on kind of advanced frontier risks. And I think it's important, I think the Hiroshima AI principles and process were really important in ensuring that we're looking at maximizing the benefits as well as minimizing the risks. And so what does that mean? And how do we expand the conversation beyond risks to make sure it's benefits-based? And that means including a lot of stakeholders who haven't been part of the conversation to date. So I think looking ahead to the India AI Impact Summit, how do we include as many stakeholders as possible in the conversation, civil society, everyone from the global south? How do we include that, expand that conversation, and how do we make sure we're moving to tangible, concrete impacts?
Okay, thank you very much. So the very important 2 points, the coherence or avoiding fragmentation and improving the interoperability. And also the second point, the from principle into actions. This is very important, and that exactly what we are now pursuing. For example, I understand OECD is making the efforts elaborating the toolkit for AI principles. And also Hiroshima process, thank you very much for mentioning that. We have the 20 reports from companies which describes what the companies are doing inside the company when they assess the risks, and also take the countermeasures and publicize what they are doing. So all those information are on the website of OECD now, and there is a lot of learnings from the practical information. But still, we found those reports are a little bit difficult to read up and understand. So this is another challenge for practicality, but I believe we are making the progress. So having listened to these answers, what is your opinion, and what do you evaluate the current situation?
Sure, thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to be on this panel. So reflecting on this space around AI governance, both from how we within EY are looking at this, but also from what we are seeing amongst our private sector and public sector clients whom we are helping with setting up their AI transformation and their governance frameworks around this. We are seeing that especially as more and more of these organizations are moving from exploring possible uses of AI in test cases towards actually building it into mission-critical use cases where failure of the AI system will either have a significant impact directly on consumers or citizens, or have significant impacts on the ability of the organization itself to operate. It is becoming very critical for organizations to have the confidence that they have a good governance framework in place, which will allow them to assess and measure and understand the reliability of the AI system, the use cases for which it truly operates, what are the boundary conditions within which it should be used and where it should not be used, the kind of information that also the people within the organization and people outside need to have in order to be able to use the AI systems correctly. And so if we reflect from that point of view of the need that organizations have to have a good governance framework for the use of AI onto these global exercises and global initiatives, I think there are effectively two dimensions in which these global initiatives are important. One is the direct one, which is things like the OECD AI principles helped all organizations to have a foundation that they could reflect on as they're thinking, what are the key things that we need to have in our governance thinking? The G7 Code of Conduct has helped to elaborate that further, and has helped to pinpoint in more detail what goes into questions such as what is good transparency, what is a way to think about inclusiveness, for instance, of the people that need to be reflected on when developing these systems. And now the Global Digital Compact also helps to provide a broader understanding of the way to think about AI governance within the broader context of good governance in itself. But then there's also the indirect way, from the point of view of the companies, the indirect way in which these global instruments, of course, help to make sure that different countries have a common base from where to approach how to create either regulations or voluntary guidelines, whatever works best within their particular context. But it gives a common baseline so that businesses that want to operate also across jurisdictions will have a common basis on which to be able to engage in those different jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you very much. Exactly what you said was we need to improve interoperability and coherence across different governance frameworks, and we have to admit, there are differences in approaches, but we need the common foundation, probably as human centricity and the democratic values, and including transparency or accountability or data protection or whatever. So thank you very much for the comment. And so we believe our approaches and the world is proceeding in the right direction by sharing the experiences and the knowledges and try to improve coherence and the interoperability. Then we have different frameworks going on. So second question, what do you think you need to do as a stakeholder? What is your role and what is your strategy in coming years? And in particular, what do you expect from UN Global Digital Compact, which is now discussing the global AI governance? So at this time, I would like to start with Abhishek.
See, like, as I mentioned, our strategy for AI implementation is to ensure that we use this technology for enabling access to all services, to all Indians in all languages, especially through voice. That will really empower people globally. What do we expect from the Global Digital Compact to make this a reality? We have a lot of expectations because we are catching up with the West in the evolution of this technology. How do we kind of enable access? Like the first request that we had to the, especially the US, because that's where the whole compute lies. How do we ensure that compute is made available in India? So we have been working with them and the other companies who own compute. 90% of it is controlled by one company to ensure that we have access to at least 50,000 GPUs in India. So that becomes one practical requirement that we have. Second is to build in, ensure that the models, which are again developed primarily in the West, and DeepSeek came in China. So all these models, how do they become more inclusive in the sense that how they are trained on data sets from across the world? So that becomes our second request. And the third, which is the most important part, is building capacities. How do we ensure that, and UN Global Digital Compact document also talks about capacity building initiative, setting up a capacity building network. How do we ensure that skills and capacities in all countries are developed, enhanced, and further to be able to take up advantage of the evolving technologies? And then we also need to build safeguards, like the OECD principles are there for responsible AI, for ensuring safe, trustworthy development of AI. But to ensure that, one would need tools and even regulators, especially being in the government, when we feel that there's a need to regulate, but then how do we enhance the regulatory capacity? Even if you want to test a particular solution, whether it meets the standards, meets the benchmarks, do you have the regulatory capacity to test that? So enhancing that, enhancing cooperation on that will become very, very critical. So I would say that my asks with the Global Digital Compact and the UN process will be at the operational level. The broad principles are largely agreed on. Everybody talks the same language at every forum, but how do we translate that talk into action? That would be the real requirement that we will have, and we are happy to work with the global community in making this a reality, not only for India, but for the entire global South and the world community.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, inclusivity will be one of the key words in the coming month in global AI governance discussion, and we have a lot of expectation for the India's AI Impact Summit next year. Yeah. So thank you very much for the comment. And now I invite Melinda for your views.
Thank you so much. So under the theme of moving from principles to practice, three ideas. One is to continuing to build policy toolkits, which I think the OECD is really well placed to do for countries that want to advance their AI adoption. Two, I think, is libraries of resources along the lines of evaluations and benchmarks and third-party resources of testing of AI that's been done and really putting that in one place. There are a lot of entities engaged in this, and I think building the knowledge base will be really important. And then third, I think, is really continuing the global scientific conversation. And I think on that point, this is where I lead into the Global Digital Compact. The UN Scientific Panel on AI as an independent scientific body to continue research and conversation and making sure that we are having the best scientific voices coming together. And then the global dialogue on AI governance through UN forums. I think that is the convening power there is what's really important in bringing the right stakeholders to place.
Okay, thank you very much. Very important 3 points. So Melinda mentioned OECD toolkit. So now I would like to invite Lucia for your comment.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, we have started this project to build a toolkit to implement the OECD principles, and it comes exactly from this demand to have more actionable resources that would guide countries on how to go from these agreed principles into concrete actions. And it was agreed by the Ministerial Council meeting at the OECD just at the beginning of June. And what is this toolkit going to do, and how it's going to be built? It will be an online interactive tool that will allow users, we expect mostly government representatives to make use of these resources by consulting and interrogating the large database that we have on national AI policies, but it will be a guided interaction that will allow countries to understand where they need to act, and that would concern both the more values-based section of the principles, but also the policy areas that include, as we have heard, issues around compute capacity, data availability, research and development resources. And it will guide countries through understanding their needs, but also what the priorities may be, and then provide suggestions that would be policy options that other countries in a similar level of advancements or in a region that is the same as the country that is navigating this toolkit, to have these suggestions on policy options and practices that have already been put in place and that have been proven effective. And so on one hand, we want to build this user experience. On the other hand, the objective is to enrich the repository of national policies and strategies that we already have for 72 jurisdictions on the OECD database of national strategies. And that is one of the, I think, the priorities that also we see that we need to build further upon, as we have heard the global outreach of the UN. So the OECD and the UN have also established a memorandum of understanding, and we hope to have this increased cooperation on themes such as this one. And the idea is to build this toolkit, again, through co-creation with countries, and for that we are organizing workshops in different regions. One such workshops will be, for instance, with ASEAN countries and with the cooperation with Japan, and so that we better understand the needs, because as we have heard, I think everyone is agreeing on the broader actions, but then when it comes to practice, we better need to understand what are the challenges, and that is where we want to work with countries around these challenges. And I think we have heard from several speakers the opportunities is where we want to put the focus on. We have also been advancing work on understanding AI uptake across sectors, and again, this is in view of moving from this conversation that is very broad into concrete applications, and they're understanding better what are the bottlenecks and what are the pathways to increase adoption when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to education, for instance. And perhaps just to close on that point, I think when it comes to the Hiroshima reporting framework, it's interesting to see that the framework doesn't only talk about risk identification, assessment, and mitigation. The last chapter also talks about how to use AI to advance human and global interests. And it's interesting to see that in this first reporting cycle by 20 companies, there are initiatives that are reported on how companies are actually engaging with governments and civil societies to have projects that indeed foster AI adoption across these key sectors. So yeah, once again, this will be priorities, and we see this as the key actions moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, OECD AI principles, GPA, Hiroshima process, all those initiatives are backed up by OECD Secretariat. So we look forward to working very closely in the future. So time is rather limited, but first I invite Ansgar. So what is your point?
Sure. Well, very much I'd like to echo the point that was made regarding the need to move from principles to practice, as well as the point around capacity building. And within those, well, I would like to also highlight the work that OECD is doing around the incidence database, which is really helping to get a better understanding about where are real failures within AI occurring as opposed to hypothetical ones. But also, I think it is very important for us to be supporting and encouraging broader participation in the standards development in this space, which are often a key tool that industry uses in order to be able to understand how to actually go towards implementation. And it is a good reference point so that industry feels, yes, this is an approved, the wider community agrees that this is the good approach to do it. However, all of these things, in order to really achieve their intended outcome of being able to provide end users with a confidence and trust in these kinds of systems, will require also reliable, repeatable assessments that can be done on how these systems are being implemented, how the government's frameworks are being implemented. And in order to have these, we need greater transparency as to what the particular assessments are intended to achieve and how they're doing this, so that we have expectation management, so that users will understand really how to interpret what this assessment has actually tested for. We need greater capacity building also within the community to build an ecosystem of assessment and assurance providers in this space. And we've seen some interesting work around that happening also already in some jurisdictions such as the UK, and the OECD is helping in this space as well. Effectively, we just need the community to be able to provide clarity as to what is a good governance framework, how to approach this, hence the standards, and how to assess whether it has achieved and being done in the appropriate way through things like assessments.
Okay, thank you very much. The engagement of all communities, including the civil society, is very, very important, and the multi-stakeholder approach is definitely essential. So we believe the role of IGF in AI governance is increasingly important. So sorry for the time remaining, but Juha, what is the role of Europe, and how do you think Europe will be working with the world?
So we are, of course, very much involved in sort of also the discussions on the GDC, the Global Digital Compacts, as I mentioned earlier. And I think, to echo what Melinda said, we think that the scientific panel, independent scientific panel, is quite a crucial component of this. And I think that the text, the GDC text, is very useful. I think that what was agreed last year in that regard was very successful, and we hope that that will be then translated in the implementation the way that it was expressed, and we do that in the spirit of the text. And I think that in this regard also for the dialogue, the AI governance dialogue, we think it's important that it doesn't actually duplicate existing efforts, because there are quite a lot of them, and that's why also in the GDC text it's mentioned that it would be on the margins of existing UN events, and I think that would be very useful, because I think overall there is some call for streamlining in terms of the number of events and initiatives and forums that we have in the international governance landscape in the area of AI. I think that this kind of multiplication is not necessarily sustainable in the long run. I think we have made partial steps forward in the integrated partnership that was formed between the Global Partnership on AI and the OECD. We welcome that, because we had some overlap between the expert communities. And also, I think now that initiative has a better sense of purpose, also backed by the structures of the OECD, which make it more impactful from our perspective. And we look forward to how that will develop further. And it will also have then a role in taking these discussions to a greater audience and membership. One thing that I wanted to mention just very briefly is that despite this multiplication of efforts and the seeming almost chaotic nature, if you like, in some respects, to exaggerate a bit, there are some sort of constants, however. And one of these constants is, and Melinda mentioned this as well, that they go in the same direction. One item, one aspect which has been included in many of them is the risk-based approach, which I mentioned as the foundation of the AI Act, but it's also, for example, reflected in the Hiroshima AI process, guiding principles, and the code of conduct. It's also reflected elsewhere in some of the statements that have been made in the summit. So you know, we have some common ground, but I think it would be desirable over the long run to try and seek some convergence and streamlining.
Okay, thank you very much. So there are a lot of efforts going on, and the GDC is also one of them, and maybe WISIS plus 22. And the role of the UN will be very important, but we need to avoid the duplication, and we need to streamline and focus our power on the most efficient way. So I hope in the development of AI governance discussions, the role of IGF will be very important, and this needs to be the place where the people get together and discuss not only internet governance, but also AI governance or digital technology governance to be discussed by multi-stakeholders here in IGF. So thank you very much. And I wanted to take one question, but I'm not sure I'm allowed.
Just got 1 minute.
Just ask. Yeah. Okay. Please. Okay. Yeah, please. But maybe you need microphone.
We can hear. You can go there and ask.
Oh yeah. Okay. So microphone.
Go there and ask the IGF protocol.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for great discussions. My name is Shinichiro Terada from the University of Kyushu, Japan. And I'd like to understand AI governance compared to the internet governance. And when the internet was spreading globally, there were various challenges, such as supporting access to people around the world. But in particular, while the internet was controlled by was not controlled by any single entity. In the case of AI, there are many sub of the organization, including tech companies, have become key players. As we now implement AI governance, what do you see as the key differences compared to the time of the internet expansion?
Okay, thank you very much for this complicated question, but you want to answer. Okay, you have it.
So it is a very complicated question. I comment on a sort of one aspect maybe, and I let, of course, my fellow panelists to comment. But I think, broadly speaking, I heard this comment the day before yesterday that AI is on the internet and therefore internet governance, is suitable for it. There is more to AI than what is on the internet. Think of embedded AI, for example, robotics, intelligent robotics, autonomous vehicles, etc. So not all of AI is on the internet. There may be some inspiration AI governance can take from the principles of internet governance, but I think there are numerous issues related to AI governance which cannot be if you like, taken over from internet governance, which are specific to AI, which have sort of characteristics where you don't find any matching aspects in internet governance. So I would personally see those as broadly different, with potentially some inspiration for AI governance taken from internet governance.
Thank you very much. Who else wants to?
I would broadly agree with him. The only thing that I would say is that while AI and internet are two different things, AI includes a lot more than internet, as he mentioned, use cases also and input-wise also, as rightly mentioned, which are controlled by a few corporations there. So in order to make it more equitable and bring in the principles of internet governance to AI governance, it will have to be multi-stakeholder. It will have to ensure that the way we approach towards managing AI governance is more inclusive. It involves people who are technology providers as also people who are technology users. And when we are able to do that balance, we'll be able to make it more fair, more balanced, more equitable. And this will require a lot more of global partnership than what internet governance has done so far. But the frameworks and the mechanisms, the protocols which Internet Governance Forum has evolved can be a good guiding light for working on the AI governance principles.
Maybe if I can just add one additional perspective, perhaps, which I think links closely to what Juha mentioned as one of the themes that has been picked up across so many of the governance approaches around AI, which is the risk-based approach. Within AI, it is very much the risk depends on the use case, whereas because AI is a core kind of technology that you can use in so many different kinds of applications and application spaces, whereas the internet, in that sense, is more of a uniform kind of thing.
Any more? Okay, so thank you very much. Time is up, but I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and please send the uploads to the excellent speakers. Actually, this is too excellent to close now, but time is up. But thank you very much. You don't believe, they are given the questions only in midnight yesterday.
And we must also acknowledge the presence of His Excellency, the President of Mauritius, who is there listening to us.
Okay, that's great. So, yeah, thank you very much, His Excellency. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Franz, you need the microphone. Yeah.
Behind there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this open forum titled The Ecosystem of Digital Cooperation in Development. And also a big welcome to viewers who are joining us online. My name is Marianne Knaru. I am the project leader for the Global University Academy, a consortia of universities and other stakeholders working together to increase access to higher education for refugees, displaced learners and their communities through digital and hybrid solutions. And I am very excited to moderate this session, which is organized by the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the University of Oslo, and Basic Internet Foundation. And with me on stage, I have a stellar panel representing various actors of the digital ecosystem that we want to highlight here today, from government agencies, NGOs, and academia. And also, as my co-moderator is Joseph Knoll from the University of Oslo, who will be keeping track of everything that's going on online. And we have Tale Jordbakke, Head of Section for Partnership at the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. We have Franz Weissecker, Digital Policy Expert at the German Agency for International Cooperation. Catherine Kimambo, Founder and Executive Director of the youth-led NGO African Child Project in Tanzania, focusing on digital public infrastructure in education and inclusion. And Thomas Årheim, representing Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. And we have the president of the University of Oslo, Svein Stølen. And last but not least, we have Meklit Mintesino, head of the e-She project at the Ministry of Education in Ethiopia, joining us online. And before I give the word to our panelists, I will shortly introduce the context for and the goal of this session. Because today, 2.6 billion people remain offline without access to internet, and this digital exclusion really translates into lack of access to essential services. That limits opportunities and deepens inequality. So the purpose of the session is really to highlight how the different actors can contribute to building an inclusive digital ecosystem for development, and to demonstrate how digital public infrastructure can serve as a cross-cutting foundation for public services, from health information in schools to digital access for communities. And also, what I hope that we will accomplish throughout the session is to also think about how we can go from words to concrete action as we move forward. And each panelist will now have 3 minutes to highlight their role in the digital ecosystem and how their institution or organization can contribute to closing the digital divide. And I will give you a little wave once you're approaching your 3 minutes. So I want to start with you, Tale. The Norwegian government has been quite active, I would say, in this space, and now also the host of this conference. How do you see NORAD's role in the ecosystem? Tale?
First of all, thank you for having NORAD in this panel. In NORAD, we believe that achieving the SDGs can only be done by unlocking opportunities through digital transformation. And digital solutions are key to improve people's life at scale. And it's even more important in these times where the funding for the development sector is cutting. And to answer the panel's question, how to increase access to digital public infrastructure, we believe the answer lies in digital public goods. These are inclusion, collaboration, scalability, and they will prevent vendor lock-in. By breaking down silos, reducing fragmentation, and promoting collaboration and transparency, we can achieve more and ensure that no one is left behind. Norway has been involved from the start, as a founding member of the Digital Public Goods Alliance, and through investments in open sustainability solutions across sectors such as health, education, and public administration. DPI now also connects long-term development, humanitarian efforts, democracy, and human rights. That's why it's crucial to base DPI on open, non-commercial solutions that counter tech monopolies and promote democratic principles. I believe that Norway here have an advantage. We do have high credibility because we contribute with funding and do not have our own commercial interests. NORAD and Norway support solutions like MOSIP and OpenCRVS and fund initiatives like the World Bank's ID4D. We collaborate with partners such as co-develop to allocate financing mechanisms and ensure DPG's sustainability. To meet these challenges, we need to be working closely with governments and private sector to share responsibility for maintaining and developing this infrastructure. At the same time, it's important to be honest that our capacity is limited. Therefore, we must use our resources wisely, support cross-sectorial solutions, and focus on normative work, capacity building, and institutional strengthening, not just technology. We must also continue to be a bold and visionary donor, willing to take risk where others cannot, and use our position to mobilize more partners and create collaborative funding mechanisms. In conclusion, Norway and NORAD will continue to champion open, inclusive digital public goods as a foundation for DPI, ensuring access, information, services, and opportunities for all, across sectors and borders. Together, we can build an ecosystem where DPI serves as a tool for equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tolle, for this. And Frans, what about you? How does this look from your perspective?
Yes, thank you very much. So my name is Frans Weizsäcker, and I'm heading our economic and digital portfolio of the GIZ office of the African Union. And this is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And in GIZ, we are a company that is owned by the German government and works on behalf of mostly German and European governments for the sustainable development goals in our partner countries. And Africa is probably the biggest focus because there's also the fastest growth of internet penetration that we have. And in my role, I work together with the African Union Department for Infrastructure and Energy and working on harmonizing the digital policies in Africa on the continent with the 55 member states of the African Union. GIZ is also endorsing these principles that you just mentioned on open infrastructures, accessible infrastructures, where it can be open source when it comes to software development, or open access when it comes to internet offerings. And these principles that we endorse are also, we have this partnership with NORAD on the Digital Public Good Alliance, which I very much support. And when it comes to the increasingly important topic of digital sovereignty, of how governments can remain sovereign in a digital age and then avoid too many political dependencies that are derived from technological dependencies. And in that sense, we in Europe can play a big role in creating this independence by providing and sharing elements for a sovereign government. As we in GIZ, we typically work with our governmental partners together to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. But of course, also we are supporting quite a few of grassroots organizations that are providing very concrete, tangible solutions, like in Cameroon. We have also community network projects that are providing internet access for communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frans. And Catherine, you have previously highlighted the importance of skills, and not just technical solutions in your work. Can you tell us a little bit about the African Child Project and how what your take on this is?
So there's a lot that the African Child Project is doing in regards to skills and access. We have like 2 flagship projects in Tanzania, and our first flagship project is the School Connectivity Project, where we connect schools in rural Tanzania to internet, making sure that we are not only providing access, but also put into perspective things like devices, also skills and content. Because at the end of the day, when we are speaking about digital public infrastructure, I think there's a notion that we only put the infrastructure there, but things again like content is missing, skills is also relevant, but also devices. So with school connectivity, we went all out in terms of seeing how we are impacting marginalized communities, but also making sure that we are having a whole multi-stakeholder approach in regards to how do we not work in silos, involve the government of Tanzania, but also bring in mobile network operators, but also work alongside fellow civil society organizations, because we know the way how huge Tanzania is. So we work in 20 regions across Tanzania. We've connected 200 schools, but also seeing how we are integrating ICT in learning, and also how are we impacting communities that are surrounding schools, because for us we are envisioning schools as a gateway for also connecting communities that are outside the school premises. So for us, we've had, I think, a lot of success in terms of having multi-stakeholder approach in everything that we do in regards to our project, but also the policies in Tanzania. I think the way we're saying harmonization of policies. How are we making sure that the policies are favorable in terms of advancing ICT? Because then again, we're having a lot of discussions in policies and how can we better have effective policies on ground. But also, I think our government is now seeing the importance of not only having policies on paper, but also implementing the resolutions that are written in the policy. I think now that we are coming from the African IGF, where we were discussing different resolutions that the Dar es Salaam Declaration, we are seeing there's a lot of effort that is also coming up in regards to investing in local talents, but also pioneering local solutions across Tanzania. So there's a lot that is happening, and we are happy that we are able to see now there's a shift of perspective in terms of multi-stakeholder initiative and involvement of civil society in such platforms, but also recognizing that big ideas also come from grassroots. So we are seeing that recognition and also involvement from the government of not only working in silos or having those us working independently and the government working independently, but we are seeing all of us coming together in terms of bridging the digital divide as a collective.
Thank you very much. Thomas, you're representing youth today.
So it seems, yeah.
Well, also with Catherine, I would say. So what is your perspective taking this from the youth side?
Well, thank you very much. Well, I can start off by saying I'm a part of what I'm representing is a youth coalition on internet governance. And this is one of the IGF dynamic groups that the IGF kind of facilitates for. And what we try and do is that we try to connect engaged youth from all over the world. And the only way we can do that is obviously through the internet, through an open internet. So the way we work is that we have, on the board, we have one representative from each region, the UN-recognized region of the world, meaning that you will basically get perspectives from any type of culture, any type of background, all walks of life. And that is the idea. Because what we really want to focus on is to make sure that digital public infrastructure is inclusive by design and not just by afterthought. And what I mean by that is that in today's age, we have so much power of hindsight already. And that means that other countries that want to increase their or develop their public infrastructure can learn from the failures of previous initiatives, but also, perhaps more importantly, learn from the successes and maybe allow that to leapfrog into a more interconnected and more access to open internet. And since, yes, like you said, I'm here to provide some sort of youth perspective on digitalization, I thought I'd like to start this off by relating it to my own experience as a digital native. Perhaps I dare say, well, maybe not the only digital native here, but one of the only digital natives here. And I have this vivid memory from how this infrastructure, this development in infrastructure has impacted my education growing up. Because if we go back a few years to when I was in high school, I started in 2015, which is a full decade ago now, to be fair. But my year group was the pilot project year group for introducing iPads in the school instead of using textbooks. You know, it's an initiative to start digitalizing the classroom. And of course, there was plenty of pushbacks and skepticism. You know, parents were worried about screen time. Teachers were worried about losing the crucial battle in the classroom for attention. And of course, these issues had to be taken seriously. And I mean, yeah, I'll be the first one to admit that there were maybe some, you know, late hours in the Monday afternoon where my attention drifted to apps and games on the iPad that probably weren't that educational. But overall, I would say that this project, for us, and the way we experienced it, turned out to be a huge success, because it really did change the way we were being taught in the classroom. We were more interconnected, we had more interactiveness, and we were more productive throughout our working week. We also found that it opened up a whole new world of learning. Like, we had access to real-time information, multimedia resources, and knowledge, and all the knowledge that the World Wide Web possesses at our fingertips in the classroom. And just to put this into maybe a generational perspective, I very distinctly remember showing my now late grandfather one of my end-of-year papers, topical research papers. And he almost couldn't believe it, because he was in high school in the 1950s. So if he were to put together, what he said is that if he were to put together a piece of paper like this, he'd have to not only comb through dozens and dozens of books, but he had to spend hours and hours in the physical library to get all the sources and get all the material. And this is a moment that's really stuck with me, not just because it shows how much has changed in a relatively short amount of time, but because it reminded me that access to the right type of tools, digital tools, with then having the infrastructure backing them up, fundamentally shifts what's possible, especially in education. And that is what DPI really should be. And then, like you said, there are still billions of people who don't have access to internet. And when you see these micro examples of how it can look in the field, it really puts into perspective how important it is to really develop this and make sure that everyone has this, that is inclusive, so that everyone has access to this gift that we have, which is the internet. And I'll leave it at that for now, if that's okay.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And I think it's safe to say that the future is in pretty safe hands. And going towards the universities, your intervention, Thomas, really, it highlights the inequalities that lack of access creates. And remembering also from the pandemic how soon Norwegian schools, European schools managed to kind of pivot and just be online within 2 days. And then the example that we saw when visiting rural areas in Uganda, schools were completely shut down for 2 years with no learning really happening at all. And the consequences of that, you can just only imagine, right? So being on the topic of education, Svein, you've taken the initiative to establish actually the Global University Academy a little over a year ago. But the University of Oslo has a proud history, I would say, of initiatives connected to this topic that we are exploring today. Could you say a little bit about how this looks from the University of Oslo's side?
I should first of all say that I'm representing the less young here, of course. I'm not native digital, but I lived through the whole thing, using punching cards initially to program different things. So, university has been deeply involved, really, in the creation of the digital world that we see today. And I can see that, you can see that on the outside of the hall here, because Josef and his people has something about the history of digitalization in Norway and at the university. I think that shows the power of research, because you need to be at the forefront of development. That's at the heart of a university, but then, of course, you need to take the knowledge into use as well. And then education is really what we need to do. ICT is obviously large at the University of Oslo, and I think it's a big challenge, even in Norway, to secure that the digital divide is not opening up too large. If you go to Europe, the challenge is even huger. And then, of course, if you go beyond Europe, it's really a huge challenge. So for that reason, we have tried to go into an initiative where we try to collaborate on giving education to refugees where the refugees are. So we have an aim to contribute to the 15 by 30 goal of the UNHCR and a modest goal of contributing to 1 million refugees before 2038. ICT is obviously important in that respect. It's about giving people internet access, of course, as we say here today, but also about capacity building. Yep. So what we try to do is to say that no one can do everything, but everyone can contribute to some extent. We try to partner up with different universities. We are about 20 universities from 4 continents. We partner up with UNHCR, UNICEF, and so on, and we try to build on lifelong learning platforms to give micro-credentials that can be stacked and then can be scalable. So we try to lower the threshold for universities to take part, to contribute with programs that gives employability, and then to have an ecosystem kind of thinking. Break down silos, I hear that from several panelists here today. We are starting in Jordan, close to the border to Syria, in Azraq and Satari, educational offers in ICT by Al Hussein Technical University, and then we hope that what we do in one space, which is a global, how to say, way of thinking on the educational offer, can be transferred to other places, like in Uganda, where we were in Adjumani, but of course then the challenge is quite different. In Jordan, UNHCR is in charge of camp. Save the Children Jordan is the implementing partners, giving us the classrooms and the internet. Adjumani, there's a much bigger challenge, and we can talk more about that later, I guess.
Do you want to highlight some other examples from the University of Oslo? Do you want to highlight some other examples from the University of Oslo?
I think that was talking about global goods, the health information system program is extremely important. I mean, it's an impressive offer that's been developed for many years, and I think it's also an inspiration for what we try to do in here today. And also Josef has a great initiative also on contributing to giving access in general.
Thank you. And turning to our online panelist, Meklit, you are project manager for the eShe, and it's an Ethiopian initiative that uses e-learning to strengthen higher education across all universities. Could you tell us a little bit about the initiative and how this is helpful for students and learners?
Okay, thank you, Marianne. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Actually, I'm honored to be part of this panel discussion. Actually, my initial plan was to join you in person, but I couldn't make it due to the delay in my visa. Anyways, thanks to technology, I'm able to join you from the comfort of my home. So a brief introduction about myself. My name is Meklit Muntasnot. I'm from Ethiopia, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the e-learning for strengthening higher education project under the Ministry of Education. So before discussing how our work is contributing to the digital public infrastructure development, I would like to give you a highlight of the project, what we have been doing, what are our objectives, and what we want to achieve through this project. So actually, the ISHI project, we call it ISHI, is the e-learning for strengthening higher education project. It is a national initiative. It's designed to improve the quality, accessibility, inclusion, and resilience of higher education, mainly by leveraging digital education. And for the past 3-4 years, we've been implementing it in partnership with Ethiopian Ministry of Education, Arizona State University, a local implementing partner called Shone, and the MasterCard Foundation. They are our financial partners. Actually, they're the one who supported the project. So for the past 3 years, we have been working on policy, on digital education policy, infrastructure, system, and capacity building, and I would say we have achieved a great success. So actually the first thing, or the first problem that we have been tackling, is the policy and the framework issue. So in Ethiopia, actually before this project, we didn't have a policy that governed digital education or that governed online education. So to tackle that problem, we have managed to develop a national e-learning policy, institutional guidelines, directives, and even we have managed to establish e-learning at a directorate level in every university. Ethiopia has 50 public universities, so currently all these 50 public universities have a directorate that leads digital education, or the digital education initiative. That's what we have been doing when it comes to policy. Additionally, the other problem that we have been observing was lack of a learning management system and student information systems. So in partnership with Arizona State University, we have customized and rolled out a learning management system for the 50 public universities. So currently, all the public universities have their own learning management system and as well student information system. So that's the other success we mentioned in this project. And the third intervention area was infrastructure. Actually, we've been establishing resource centers, online resource centers, where instructors produce their contents, where students access the contents. So we established the 7 multimedia studio online resource centers in 7 public universities. And the last one is related with capacity development. Actually, after having the system, after having the policy, after having the infrastructure, the students and the instructors need to know how to operate the system and how to benefit from the system. So in this regard, we have managed to train, to provide digital skill training for over 250,000 students from all the 50 public universities, and close to 20,000 instructors were trained on how to design digital content, on how to facilitate online classes. So that's what we have been doing. Actually, initially, we started this project, or we started the SHE project as a vertical approach when it comes to this digital public infrastructure, but currently we're evolving horizontally. We're working with different sectors, with the health sector, with the employment sector, and with other sectors, so that the youth, especially the youngsters, can benefit from the project. So recently we're partnering with, we're partnering with the Prime Minister Office to cascade the 50 million coders program. So currently we're facilitating that program, and actually Ethiopia is training 5 million young people so that they can able to design and code. So we're also facilitating that, and we're also working with high schools and regional education bureaus to connect the universities with high schools so that students from remote area can access the content or can access digital services. So this is what we have been doing for the past 3-4 years. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Miklit, for this very inspiring intervention and also highlighting how you can, in practice, go from the vertical to the horizontal approach. And I know for sure that I want to hear more about all of the things that you said after the session, and hopefully you all will too. Tale and Frans, you're both representing government agencies here in this panel, and reflecting on the introductions that we just heard, and understanding also the importance of partnership, working across, but also really involving the whole of society to make sure that we have a truly an inclusive system. How can your agencies or government programs be better at really making those connections and also give space for civil society actors? Tala, do you want to go first?
Sure. I do think that we as a government agency can play a role. Firstly, by being clear on that the policies and principles we support are open source, exclusively open, and that it is the digital public goods for DPI, like the DHS2 that was mentioned here, that NORAD has been supporting for years. When we ensure that the digital development that we support are open source, it can be used by many and be adaptable. So secondly, we can also contribute to mobilize and contribute funding. We need to work on these challenges together, and as an agency, Norwegian government agency, we have been taking early risk by providing catalytic funding for digital public goods, and by ensuring pool resourcing, working through mechanisms like Digital Public Goods Alliance 50 and 5, working with co-develop, we can make sure that we avoid duplication and maximize impact. Thirdly, I think we can support capacity building and knowledge sharing by investing in local expertise and strengthening institutional frameworks. We enable countries to implement, adapt, and sustain digital solutions over time. And lastly, I think that we can act as a bridge builder between sectors and convener by bridging together stakeholders from government, civil society, private sector, and international partners. We talked about a lot of ideas just before, back on stage here today. We help to ensure that solutions are not developed in silos, but are interoperable and meet real needs across sectors like health, education, and financial inclusion, as we heard about here today. So all in all, I think better coordination, curation of the DPI ecosystem means committing to openness, partnerships, and long-term sustainability so that digital transformation truly delivers for everyone, everywhere.
Thanks. And Frans, do you have anything to add to that? I'm sure.
Yeah, so you asked about how we involve civil society in these questions. And of course, as a governmental agency, when we cooperate with other countries, we start talking with the government. That's in most cases the starting point and also our basis or justification to be there. But then at the same time, depending on the context, we set up different types of multi-stakeholder partnerships. So in the case of digital policy development, it is actually, I mean, it's not just about developing a policy, but it should be an inclusive policy. So therefore, we do consult with private sector, with civil society, and depending on the context, with researchers, academia, and for the policy consulting. And then also in the implementation, if you look at, it depends very much on the context. We always design it according to form follows function, of course. If it's a municipal level interaction or a national level, depending on that, we set up different types of multi-stakeholder partnerships. And then what we also have in some cases is a direct funding mechanism for civil society. So with the African Union, we set up the African Union Civic Tech Fund, where we currently have 30 grantees from across the continent, from 26 different countries, that are developing a solution, that have developed solutions that are working, that promote civic engagement and participation, and we're providing funding and expertise to grow and scale these initiatives by the civil society. So there are various mechanisms, and I think we really need to see in the context: is it education, is it health, and so on? What is the most suitable form of engagement with civil society?
Great, thank you. And Thomas and Catherine, I wanted to ask you, if hearing all of these interventions and discussions that we've had, if you were Minister of Digitalization or Minister of International Development, what would be the first thing that you did?
So for me, if I were Minister of Digitalization, first I'd want to understand why, maybe why certain things aren't working, because I think there's a tendency to always come up with a new standard, come up with a new policy. I think in Tanzania we have this saying that we have good policies on paper, but when it comes to implementation, there's equally to very few that is implemented from the policy. So I'd really want to understand why certain things aren't working. But also when it comes to investing in grassroots ideas, I think there's a lot that is happening on ground. There's a lot of great ideas that youth have, but we don't have resources, I think, to implement such ideas. So maybe trying to really dig deep and understand what are the great ideas. I think we have a good success with school connectivity because it was a grassroots initiative, but also we're experimenting with affordable solutions that are scalable, solutions that are fit for purpose. So I think having that understanding of what could be scalable on ground and not having these parachuting ideas where you come up with solutions that are high-end or of high cost that are not sustainable in the long run. I think I could also see what works on ground, but also overseeing implementation or harmonizing the policies, because currently we are having a lot of policies that are coming up, but also they are not harmonized. I want to see how we can have like a common understanding in terms of involving different stakeholders in the field to understand the policies, but also how are we coming in together in regards to bringing all the policies to life. But also something else that I'd invest in is in terms of funding. I think funding is a challenge when it comes to youth and how they are operating. So I think I'd invest more in youth because when it comes to us as youth, there's a lot of capacity building I feel that we're getting, but we are not getting a chance to do meaningful work. So maybe less on the capacity building and really funding our ideas in terms of how we can accelerate connectivity and digital inclusion in Tanzania, but also just, I think in terms of data, I'd really want to understand when we are saying we've reached maybe this age group, is there data for it? Because I think there's a lot of data that is missing, so I'd invest much in having data that really speaks to the results that we are seeing, because there's a lot of, we are seeing a lot of stories, like there's this that is happening, we've reached this amount of people, but when for us we are working on ground, we are not seeing the shift that is there on the global stages. But also we've been dialoguing a lot. There's a lot of discussions that are happening, but I'd move more into action. How are we moving from dialogue to action? How are we being more action-oriented? Because I think there's a lot of dialogue that is happening globally, but even here, after dialogues and all this, what's happened? What's next when you go back to our original countries? Are we implementing ideas? Are we coming up with results? Or are we only maybe coming up with different resolutions? And then when we are meeting again next year, we're having another resolution. So I think if I was a Minister of Digitalization, I'd move from dialogue to action, and really spotlighting the different innovations that are there on ground to bring them to the global presence, and maybe that could also bring a change in the digital inclusion and divide.
Hear, hear. Thomas.
Yeah, no, here. If I was minister for a day, well, let's say since I don't represent any political party and I haven't yet, gotten any vested economic interests, or I can just go from a blank slate, I would say that I think it is really important, and that's why I say this, because I think it's really important to focus that this type of new technology and development in the countries where it happens also stays in the countries where it happens, where they also don't just become users of technology from foreign aid and foreign companies that do direct investments, but that they also then own this themselves so that they can share that knowledge and that they can start using that as a part of their industry, that it becomes integrated into their local systems, and that this creates a form of long-term growth for them. So in a sense, which probably would make me a really bad minister, you'd do it without any strings attached, but we'll see if that passes in Congress. Yeah, and like we talked about before, out of these billions of people who are without access, a majority, like in these regions and places we're talking about, the majority of the youth population or young population in the world is located here. So it's really an investment in the future as well, because these regions will these are skills that will last for decades for them, and that's why it's really important to get them connected now, get them connected so that they can use this for the next 5-6 decades. And pass this on and really integrate this into their, integrate this, yeah.
Thank you. And Svein, you can also give us your take on if you were a minister for a day.
But I have power, so I would like to say that I try to be a cut the crap, just do it rector. And I think that what we really need is to be less afraid of failure. We need to try to utilize the power of an institution, and then I think all has to take the same take. How can we do better? For university, I believe that to utilize the power to take the knowledge into use, because we're quite good at research, we're quite good at education, but we have to be a little bit out of the comfort zone in order to transform that knowledge and competence into action. For that reason, I believe in this ecosystem type of thinking, because often when universities work, they work alone, or they work together with other universities, but I don't think that is going to solve many challenges. We need to work across sectors. That challenges universities, but it also challenges the other actors, so to break down the silos. So for that reason, in the Global University Academy, we recently launched a policy paper where we said that, okay, universities are so we are not really flexible, to be honest. So there's a lot of challenges that are on us self, but I think it's also a lot of challenges on other part. Especially, I would like to see that the ministries and the politicians, they understand that the universities could be used more efficiently in some of these global collaborations. But then they have also to give them that task. When we talk with universities in other parts of the world, they say that this is not really within our mandate. I think it should be within the mandate. And for me, that's also about educating students in our own countries. Because in the Global University, we hope to use the students as part of the classroom, part of the tutoring system, and so on. And if we are going to educate students with a global mind, that's the way to do it. So I believe in this ecosystem, and we should push that and break down silos, in my opinion.
I think that's a major takeaway from this session, to break down the silos and figure out how to work more efficiently together. I want to open up for some questions from the Zoom. And there's one from Francis Thompson to Thomas and Svein. Does the ease of information access to children and students make them less likely to internalize the information, as in there is less need to digest fully the information and context, or even remember it for recall, because it is so accessible and easy to find again online?
Sorry.
That was a bit unclear.
Can you repeat the first part? I got the last part.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll try again. Does the ease of information access to children and students make them less likely to internalize the information?
Okay, I do think I...
Yeah, now I got it too.
So, I mean, maybe, probably. So, I mean, we talk about now, maybe with this, again, like I was talking about earlier in the classroom, this attention span. And, you know, there are concerns now that with, you know, youth and younger people these days getting more and more exposed to really fast-paced, flickering images and then very short-pitch information, that, you know, the concern for maybe more in academia is that, you know, you're not capable of reading a full dissertation anymore, you're not capable of reading a full book. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think I don't want to, you know, sound all the alarms right now. And what we're really talking about is for people to get to the, you know, that might be a late stage problem for a very small part of the world population, if you look at it that way. But I think easier access to information as a whole is a good, and that's a force for good, and definitely something we should strive towards. Again, this will maybe later be a really good way for us to use this type of hindsight, like I was saying in the beginning, that you can maybe leapfrog and you can avoid some pitfalls, and so I think it's really important to then, you know, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll make sure we keep reading our books, despite being on TikTok or other platforms, but also then take the lessons and really try and learn from them and not just observe them. I don't know if that answers the questions. Maybe. Sven, what do you think?
I think you answered that very well. I think that the attention span is a worry.
Yeah.
But the access to information is not really a worry. I'm not very good at remembering anything. I've never been, but I manage anyway. And I think that what we need to be able to, I mean, how much more I can do today than I could do when I was a PhD student in 1988. It's amazing, and I think we are going in the same direction. We have to harness the tools, we have to harness the technology, and we have to use it. And strictly, I believe that most of our students understand they can't fool themselves. Because if they use the new equipment in the wrong way, they're not learning. They understand that. I mean, the students are bright. So I think that we shouldn't overestimate the challenges. Some part of the student population probably could be tempted, but still, in general, I'm quite optimistic about the student and about technology.
Great. And also, if there are questions in the audience, there is a microphone on the side, and feel free to take the microphone. But while waiting for participants to maybe take the mic, I want to ask a question to Meklit that's coming from the Zoom chat. How do you see the pathway from universities to schools and communities? Meklit, you can answer that, and after we will open the mic here in the room. Meklit?
Sure, Marine, thank you. Yeah, that's an important question. So as I mentioned earlier, currently we're working with universities. Actually, in Ethiopia, relatively, the universities have a better infrastructure, internet service, and they also have well-trained personnel. So it's we believe that universities are the gateways. So once capacitating the universities, we can connect them with the higher schools and with the communities. For example, the universities have trained personnel or trained instructors. They have the infrastructure. They also have the resource. They can mobilize resources, or they can mobilize financial resources. So we're planning to connect them with the high schools and to the communities. For example, you can take a rural schools that are located in a rural area. So in that case, the universities are better positioned to support them. They can support them in connectivity. They can support them in human resource. They can also support them in developing systems and infrastructures. So the universities are the gateways, and through that we can connect the schools and we can also serve the community. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And now we have 2 questions from the audience, and please state your name before your question and whom it is addressed to, and also please be brief. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Ponslate from the Gambia NRI Focal Point, and also a board member of the Association for Progressive Communication and Joko Labs Banjul, the Gambia. My question goes to France and the lady from NORAD, and it's also connected with SEV. It's in regards to digital cooperation, which is a major part of the Global Digital Compact that is being implemented. I would like to know how both your agencies, GIZ and NORAD, work with academics in the global north to implement programs in the global south that also incorporates African universities, especially in terms of if you have to set up programs in rural areas that brings about connectivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we'll take the other question as well, and then the panel will answer.
Yeah. My name is Muhammad Adedali. I'm Executive Director from Somali Civil Society platform called Sonsa, based in Somalia. My question is to the all panelists. I'm thinking positively, digitally is okay, but negativity. Now, digital war started, cyber conflict started. So how in the future influence that barriers the ecosystem of digital cooperation and development? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So first questions to Tale and Frans. Which one want to go first?
I can start?
Yeah,
that's right. Thank you so much for the question. I believe that NORAD, for example, supports, like I've been mentioned, digital public goods, open source solutions. So the University of Oslo works together with our partners in India, the MOSIP digital ID platforms, and NORAD supports those and have been from the beginning. So we connect universities and academia with the digital public good, the DHS2, which is a health platform. We try to connect our partners, IIITB, in Bangalore in India with University of Oslo to go together and learn. And on request of partners and countries in the Global South and countries south of Sahara and Africa, they have requested these kind of systems, and we connect the partners. We can support with the funding, but together we bring partners with knowledge and experience of rolling out and implementing these kind of systems that are open source, that can be built on something built elsewhere, but it can be adopted. It must be modified to the country itself, but it's a lot cheaper to start with a system that you don't have to develop. So that is one example how NORAD and Norway work with different countries in Global South and connect universities, which are so important to the knowledge that we share and the experience that are often built local and has to be built local.
Thank you. And Frans?
All right. Yeah, thank you, Poncelet, for your question on also the cooperation with universities, to work between universities from the north and the south to implement projects on connectivities. Actually, that's a topic very close to my heart. Coming from Berlin University of Technology, while I was a student, I was setting up back in 2003 in Kabul, Afghanistan, the computing center at Kabul University. So very hands-on work we did as a student there. But you're also right that we could be doing much more in this university cooperation. If you compare, for example, how this used to be done maybe in the United States, they have quite a few faculties from the United States that are implementing hands-on development projects in the Global South. And I think it's a good and successful mode. And in the German system, there is typically most university corporations work through the DART, the German Academic Exchange Service, and that was also the one that was funding the cooperation in Kabul that I mentioned earlier. But indeed, where we can and where it makes sense, we should be involving universities. Maybe one more example from the European level, as part of the Global Gateway project, we have the Medusa cable, and that's basically a cable connecting northern African universities to fiber optics internet infrastructure, and that is part of the agenda that is now being developed in Brussels on infrastructure and connectivity under the Global Gateway initiative.
Thank you very much. And then there was a question about how to make sure that we are still digitally connected and working together in a time where the world is increasingly in turmoil, I would say. Svein, do you have any reflections on?
I understand the question. I mean, I became rector 8 years ago. Everyone talked about the Sustainable Development Goals and the 3 O's: open science, open innovation, open to the world. And now we are talking about national interest, research security, and geopolitical issues. So to push forward and continue cooperation, so at the University of Oslo, we try to keep all doors open. I got a lot of criticism to work with China. We do. We try to work also on this Global University Academy at the present time, because it's more important than ever. It's more difficult, of course, but I don't have any other answer than that, but we really, really need to work different parts of sector and push towards collaboration.
Tolle, you wanted to come in there?
Yeah, just to build on that, I think also in these times we have to work together and collaborate to do more with less, because there will be less funding. And actually, in terms of digital transformation, this might be an opportunity, because these are the leapfrog possibilities that can actually be done through technology. And if we build not silos, that has been said, but open source and shareable and digital public goods, then we can actually make more out of less. And I think that's more important than ever.
Yeah. Thomas, is this also something that you see when you discuss with your fellow youth representatives?
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what was just said. And in a world where things are getting more, like you say, in turmoil, and that's the focus. I think it's important to keep in mind that it's not like we want the internet to disappear, but we really want to be able to navigate the internet safely, and that means that for a lot of youth in today's reality, we're going to have to develop new skills and new tools to be able to surf online safely. And that's why you have it's really important to drive initiatives that increase media literacy or internet information literacy. You need to be able to know how to spot fake news, and that's going to be key moving forward for anyone who's surfing online.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so we're going to close off this session. So for all of you, you have, if you could sum up, but then also think about what is it that we need to do when we leave this room. Not just nice words, but what are some things that we can all just go out and do to make a difference? Catherine.
So for me, I still go back to the Dar es Salaam declaration that we had with the African IGF, where they were speaking about a unified voice, or African voice in global processes. So I think still as Africa, we still need that unified voice in global processes, because I still believe we still have the largest number of unconnected people in the global south. So having a unified voice, what are the plans that we have as a continent? And I think for me, going back home, I understand that the work that we do as African Child projects contribute very much in the key aspect of digital divide, the things like digital skills, connectivity. So we plan to do more of that. And I know with the different partners that we have and the desire that they have shown in terms of accelerating digitalization in Tanzania. So there's more that we are going to do. And hopefully when we meet in the next year of IGF, we'll have a lot of concrete and live examples on the ground of what we've done and how we've succeeded.
Thank you. I want to turn online. Meklit, what would be your final short remarks?
Thank you, Maureen. So actually, for me, digital public infrastructure, digital service is not just about technology. It's all about equity, inclusion, and access. And there are millions of people remaining disconnected, and those who couldn't access these services due to the existing situation, due to lack of infrastructure, due to lack of skill, and due to lack of support. So we need to come together to support them, especially in Ethiopia currently or under the Ministry of Education. We're advocating for public-private development partnerships, so bringing the public sector, which is the government, the development sector, and even the private sector in availing services or in availing digital services for the use, especially the use actually. You have mentioned earlier, majority of the population is using in Ethiopia and in Africa, and they need to be served, and they need to be included, and they need to benefit from this initiative. So my call to action is let's work together, especially we need to include the development and the private sector in enhancing digital services across Africa. So on our side, both the ministry and the project is open to collaborate with interested partners and to make digital service accessible to everyone. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Svein, some short final remarks.
I think we need bold visions. We need to continue to work hard and not look for the perfect system that solves everything, but go on the way and try to construct an airplane while flying, so to say. So we need to push forward.
Just a vivid picture. Tale?
I think collaboration. I think connectivity is important, but also the solution that we build have to be open and interoperability. We have to be able to build on each other's. We cannot build in every country different solution every time. It's too expensive. It's not smart. We need to be able to share open between each other.
Thank you. Frans?
Absolutely, those principles of openness, the principles for digital development are actually amazing. So you need to understand the existing ecosystem, design with the user, build for scale, be data-driven, be impact-driven. All these principles will make a good digital projects.
Perfect. And then, Thomas, you will have the final word.
Brilliant. I'll end it where I started and say that for this development to go forward, it has to be inclusive by design and not by afterthought. And the way to do that is through a multi-stakeholder approach. And I want to thank for a really good panel.
Thank you very much. And that's it from us. Thank you all for coming. And thank you to this wonderful panel, and also to the very energetic Josef Knoll at the University of Oslo for really making this event a reality today. I think it's safe to say that without you, this panel would not have been here. So let's give the panel a big applause, and thank you very much for coming.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing.
panelists.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for your presence here. This session is going to look at the case for local artificial intelligence, innovation pathways to harness AI for benefit of humanity. We have, I have the privilege to moderate this panel today. As the Global Digital Compact underscores, there is an urgent imperative for digital cooperation to harness the power of artificial intelligence innovation for the benefit of humanity. Evidence so far produced in several parts of the world, particularly in the context of the Global South, increasingly points to the importance of contextually grounded artificial intelligence innovation for a just and sustainable digital transition. This session is going to look at 3 dimensions of a local artificial intelligence: inclusivity, indigeneity, and intentionality. Our speakers from the expertise and on viewpoints will help us to get a deeper understanding of how these dimensions played out for local AI that is contextual and that contributes to the well-being of people and planet. So I have the pleasure of having Anita Gurumurthy from IT for Change to just help us to frame the conversation that we will have. And I will invite Anita then to come and please frame the conversation, set the ground for and the tone for the conversation with our panelists.
Thank you, Valeria, and it's an honor to be part of this panel. So I think the starting point when we look at a just and sustainable digital transition is to reconcile 2 things. On the one hand, you have an unequal distribution of AI capabilities, and on the other, you actually have an increasing set of demands owing to climate and energy and the impacts of innovation on a planetary scale. And therefore, the question is, how do we democratize innovation and look at ideas of scale afresh? Because the models we have today are on planetary scale. Both the production and consumption of AI innovation need to be cognizant of planetary boundaries. Essentially, then, what is this idea of local AI? Is it different from ideas of localizing AI? Is there a concept such as local AI? Will that even work? I just want to place before you some statistics, and we have a colleague online who will speak about this from UN Trade and Development, from the Digital Economy report that was brought out by the UN. And I want to quote some statistics. Between 2022 and 2025, AI-related investment doubled from $100 to $200 billion. By comparison, this is about 3 times the global spending on climate change adaptation. So we're investing much more on R&D and for AI and much less on what we need to do to, in many ways, look at the energy question and the water question. Supercomputing chips have enabled some energy efficiency, but market trends suggest that this is not going to make way for building or for developing models differently. It's going to support bigger, more complex large language models, in turn mitigating the marginal energy savings that are possible because chips are becoming more energy efficient. So the efficiencies in compute are really not necessarily going to translate into some kind of respite for the kind of climate change impacts. Now, I want to give you, this is just for shock value. The computational demand to fuel AI growth is estimated to double every 100 days, as we speak, due to increased energy demand of data centers. And this is a very, very vital concern. We also know that around the world there have been water disputes, because of this. So there is this big conundrum, we do need and we do want small is beautiful models, but are they plausible? Are they probable? And while there is the strong case for diversified local models, I want to really underscore that there are lots of people already working on this, and we have some people, governments that are investing in this, and there are communities that are investing in this. And these are very important because from an Anglo-centric perspective, we think everything is working well enough. LLMs are doing great for us, ChatGPT is very useful, and certainly so, to some extent. But what we ignore is that there is a Western cultural homogenization, and these AI platforms amplify epistemic injustices. So we are certainly doing more than excluding non-English speakers. We are changing the way in which we look at the world. We are erasing cultural histories and ways of thinking, so we need to retain the structures of our multilingual societies, so those structures allow us to think differently and decolonize scientific advancement and innovation in AI. So how do we build our own computational grammar? And this is the question I think that's really important. And we reject the unified global system, but the question is, are these smaller autonomous systems even possible? Can we do this for minoritized communities, minoritized languages? And the second question is, many of the efforts in this fragmented set of communities are really not able to come together. And perhaps there is a way to bring them in dialogue and enable them to collaborate. So this tension between pluralism that is so necessary and generalized models that seem to be the only way AI models are developing in the market, this tension is where the sweet spot of investigation actually lies. And with that, I revert back to you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you for illustrating also why enabling public accountability is a must in the way in which artificial intelligence is conceptualized, designed, and deployed. Let's go to the first round of the conversation. I mentioned that we will be digging into 3 dimensions of local AI: inclusivity, indigeneity, and intentionality. The first round will focus on inclusion, and the question for Jackie C2, the UN Trade and Development Agency, and also Lynette Wamboka from Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data is, what are the pathways to AI innovation that are truly inclusive, and how can local communities be real beneficiaries of AI? So let me invite our panelists to please address this initial question. So can we go with Jackie C2? Yes. It's online, it's remotely. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to double check whether you can see my screen and hear me well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So my sharing will be based on this UNTAC flagship publication that was just released 2 months ago on the title Inclusive AI for Development. So I think it fit into the discussion very well. And to begin with, I would just want to highlight 3 key drivers of AI development over the past decades, and they are infrastructure, data, and skills. And we want to look into the questions of inclusiveness. We need to focus on these 3 key elements. Because right now we can see a significant AI divide. For example, in terms of infrastructure, one single company, NVIDIA, actually produced 90% of the GPU, which is a critical component for computing resources. And we witnessed the same kind of AI divide in data, skills, and also other areas like R&D, patent, scientific publication on AI, etc. So this is the main framework that helps us to dive into the discussion on how to make AI inclusive. And the first message that I have is on the key takeaway to promote inclusive AI adoption. This is features in our report on many successful AI adoption cases in developing countries. And based on the framework that I just shared, on infrastructure, one very important takeaway is to work around the local available digital infrastructure. Right now, over the world, we have still 1/3 of the population without access to the internet. So some kind of AI solution that is able to work offline would be essential for us to promote its adoption. And that is what I meant by working around the locally available infrastructure. And the second point on data, it is essential to work with community-led data and also indigenous knowledge, so we can really focus on the specific problem on the issue that in the local context. And the third key takeaway is the skills dimension. We should use simple interface that help a user to use all this AI solution. And the last one is on partnership. Because from what we investigate, many of this AI adoption at the local level is rather small scale. And to scale them up, we need to build better partnership to get access to the essential resources and technical support. And the second message that I have is on the worker-centric approach of AI adoption. From the previous technological evolution, we understand there are 4 key channels where AI may also impact this productivity and workforce. On the left-hand side, we have on the top left, starting with the automation process that AI could substitute human labor. And then on the top right-hand side, we have AI complementing human labor. And the other 2 channels are deepening automation and creating new form of jobs. And from the previous experience, automation or this technology adoption actually focus on the left 2 bubble, that is replacing human labor. But if we really want to have an inclusive AI adoption that benefit everyone, we should focus on the right-hand side, on how AI can complement human labor and creating meaningful new jobs. And with that, we need to focus on 3 areas of action. The first one is, of course, empowering the workforce. That include basic digital literacy to reskilling and upskilling, so to make them adapting to this new AI approach of work progress. And the second very important point is what I also mentioned before, with the engagement with the worker. So we work with the community, we work with the workers, with the design and implementation of AI to make sure that it fit the purpose and also gain the trust of this whole AI adoption process. And the last point is about fostering the development of human-centric AI solution that would be the major responsibility of the government through R&D funding, public procurement, and other tax and credit incentives that steer this AI adoption to an inclusive and worker-centric approach. And the last thing that I want to highlight is at the global level, there are also 4 key areas that we can work on. As Anita mentioned, accountability is key. What we want to advocate here is to have a public disclosure accountability mechanism that could reference the ESG reporting framework that is really mature nowadays in the private sector. So an AI equivalent could happen with public disclosure on how this AI works and its potential impact. So this is the accountability pillar. And second one is on digital infrastructure. To provide equitable access to AI infrastructure, a very useful model that we can learn from is the CERN model, which is the world's largest particle physics laboratory right here in Geneva that I am working at. And this model could help pool the resources to provide shared infrastructure for every stakeholder. And the third one is on open innovation, including open data and open source that can really democratize knowledge and resources for AI innovation. And what we need is to coordinate all these fermented resources for better sharing and better standard. And the last point that I want to highlight is on capacity building. We think that an AI-focused center and network model after the UN Climate Technology Center and Network could help in this regard to provide the necessary technology support and capacity building to developing countries. And of course, the South-South cooperation could help us address common challenges. Like in East Africa, Rwanda may not have the enough data source to train AI with the local language of Swahili. But grouping the East African countries together, then we can put this Swahili common language in the region to have better AI training. So these are some recommendations that I have, and I'm happy to engage in further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jackie. So obviously, multidimensional approach is needed for the dividends of AI to be distributed equally. With that, I would like to give the floor to Lynette Wamboka, Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, to also help us to... It's not here? Yeah. Okay, sorry. So is anyone in the panel willing to contribute to this part of the conversation in relation to how to bring the benefits of AI to local communities before we move to the other round. Okay, if not, we can check whether there are any reactions from the remote participants, any question in relation to this point, or from here from the audience. You are also welcome to comment and provide your viewpoint. Okay, if not, we can move to the second round, which is going to look at indigeneity. With radical shifts, do we need an artificial intelligence infrastructure for an economy and society attentive and accountable to the people? And I will invite Ambassador Aridam Baki, Government of India, to comment, and Sarah Nicole from Project Liberty Institute to also help us to address this dimension of local AI. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for convening this and bringing this very, very important subject at fore, like how do we balance between wider AI adoption, building models, building applications, vis-a-vis the energy challenges that we are there, which hampers in some ways our goals towards sustainable development that we had all agreed long back. So it's not an easy challenge for governments across, because on one hand, we want to take advantage of the benefits that are going to come, and on the other hand, we want to limit the risks that are coming on climate change and sustainable development. So the approach towards local AI seems to be good, but to make that happen, there will be several necessary ingredients to that. Many of it was highlighted by our speaker from UNCTAD very succinctly, but I would like to just mention that what we observe in India, in many ways, given the diversity that we have, given the languages that we have, linguistic diversity, cultural diversity, contextual diversity that we have, is kind of a microcosm of the whole world. How do we ensure that whatever we build in a country of our size and magnitude applies to all sections of the society, everybody becomes included in that. So in that, one key challenge, of course, relates to infrastructure, because AI compute infrastructure is scarce, it's expensive, it's not easy to get. Very few companies control it, and to do that, and if you have to democratize access to compute infrastructure, the model that we adopted in India was to ensure that we create a common central facility through which, of course, provided through private sector providers, but this compute should be available to all researchers, academicians, startups, industry, those people who are training models or doing inferencing or building applications. And this compute, we worked out a mechanism so that it becomes available at an affordable cost. We underwrite to the tune of almost 40% of the compute cost from the side of the government. So end user gets it at a rate which is less than $1 per GPU per hour. So this model has worked, and I do believe the solution that was proposed earlier of building a CERN for AI. So if we can create a global compute infrastructure facility across countries or several foundations, multilateral bodies joining in and creating this infrastructure, making it available, it can really, really solve the access to infrastructure challenge that we have. The second key ingredient for building AI applications and models is, of course, about data. How do we ensure that we have data sets available? So it's okay to desire to have local AI models, contextual models, but till we have necessary data sets in all languages and all contexts, all cultures, it will not really happen. So to do that, again, again, going back to the example that we have in India, is that there also we realized that we have lots of data sets in English and maybe major Indian languages, but when it came to minor Indian languages, we had very limited data sets. So we launched a crowdsourcing campaign to get linguistic data across languages, across cultures, in which people could kind of come to a portal and contribute data sets. So that has really helped. So that model can again be kind of made global, and different communities, even smaller communities, can ensure that they can augment the corpus of data sets on which the LLMs are trained, which has contextual and linguistic data sets. So that can be again an innovative solution towards making the data sets more inclusive and more global. The third key ingredient on which we need to kind of enable, even if we have to push local AI, is about capacity building and skills. Like AI talent is also rare and scarce, it's limited. There are few countries which are well ahead in that, but in order to ensure that we impart necessary skilling and training to students and to AI entrepreneurs with regard to how to train models, how to wire up even 1,000 GPUs, it requires necessary skills. If we can take up a capacity building initiative across, driven by a central initiative through the UN body or the Global Partnership on AI, and ensure that all those talented people who have the capacity to build AI applications are given the necessary skills and training in doing inferencing and building models and using AI for solving societal problems, it can really, really help. And the fourth approach will be to, of course, build use cases, AI use cases in key sectors, whether it's healthcare, whether it's agriculture, whether it's education, and create a global repository of AI applications which can be shareable across geographies. If we are able to take these necessary steps across infrastructure, data sets, training, capacity building, and building use cases, repository use cases, I think we'll be able to push forward the agenda of adoption of AI and building local AI at some stage.
Absolutely, Ambassador. Definitely AI models have to reflect contextually grounded innovation norms and ethics. Then I would like to invite Sarah Nicole from Project Liberty Institute. Please share your thoughts with us on this issue.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation to give this short lightning talk. And thank you for the first insight as well. I will be a little bit controversial and really appreciate the way the question was framed. So I really appreciate the radicality aspect in it. Because the mainstream view is really that AI is a completely disruptive technology, that it changes everything in our societies, in our economies, in our daily life. But I would argue quite the contrary. AI is essentially a neural network, right, that replicates the way the brain works. It analyzes specific data sets. From those data sets, it finds connection, creates patterns, uses those patterns to respond to certain tasks like prompt, search, and so on. So overall, AI is an automation tool. It is a tool that accelerates and amplifies everything that we know. So necessarily, the current structure that is highly centralized and that strips users' data out of their control is reinforced by AI. And it also reinforced the big tech companies and everything that we've been knowing for decades. It benefits from the centralization of the digital economy that is necessary to train its model. So AI is very much so the result of the digital economy that has been in place for multiple years. So if AI is a continuity and an amplification of what we already know, then the radicality needs to come from the response that we'll bring to it. And at Project Liberty Institute, we believe that every people, users, citizen, call it what you want, deserves to have a voice, a choice, and stake in their digital life. And this goes first by giving users data agency. This requires infrastructure design changes, profound one. In digital economy, data is not just a byproduct. It is a political, social, and economic power that is deeply tied to our identities. And most of the network infrastructure that is currently in place has been captured by a few dominant tech platforms. So necessarily everything that is built falls under this proprietary realm. Scrapping, of course, empowerment of users, transparency, privacy, and so on. So AI rapidly shapes everything that we're doing in our life. So we need to rethink this infrastructure model because it shapes data agency. And Anita, you've been great to launch this report with us in Berlin last month. So I'll be happy to share also this report that we wrote for policymakers specifically to equip them with thinking how to approach this digital infrastructure questions. But infrastructure for agency is really what we are focusing on at the Institute. So we are the steward of an open source protocol that is called the DSNP, the Decentralized Social Networking Protocol. It builds directly on top of TCP/IP and allows users better control of their own data by enabling them to interact with a global, open social graph. What this means is that your social identity on DSNP is not tied to one specific platform like it is today in most tech platforms, but it exists independently. And so it allows transportability of your data, but also interoperability. And as this protocol that has almost 2 million users now, this is a core part of infrastructure that represents a radical shift for an economy and society attentive and accountable to the people. But unfortunately, this would be a little bit too good to be true if all that was needed was a few lines of code and some spec and protocols. As important is the business model. And there's a lot of work to be done here because to this day, the most lucrative business model is the one that scraps data, users' data, and use it for advertisement. And we have yet to find a scalable alternative to this. And in order to build what we call the fair data economy, we're in need of metrics. We need to be better at articulating what we mean by safety, responsibility, privacy. What exactly do we mean behind this beautiful world? So we need qualitative and quantitative metrics to define all this. Likewise, we need to go beyond the do no harm principle and really shape a positive vision of technology that is socially and financially benefiting everyone. And one of the approaches that we are exploring at the Institute is the one of data cooperative. The cooperative model has a legacy of hundreds of years and is actually pretty well fit for the age of AI. We have a report on this coming out on July 9th, and I'll be able to share it with those who wanted to. But let me extract 2 points from this report that I think is interesting for the sake of this discussion.
Thank you.
Data cooperative allows to rethink the value of data in a collective manner. And I think that's very important because the debate is very much structured around personal data and individual data. But the issue is so structural that we need to empower users with collective bargaining tools against those big tech corporations. And the second point is, in the age of AI, data needs to be of high quality, and data cooperative provide the right incentive for data contributor to improve the quality of their data, because then it contributes to greater financial sustainability of their own co-op. So it's also for data pooling purposes. And of course, there are many other models that exist, the data commons, data trust, you name it. A radical shift for a better economy, anyway, will need many tries, many stakeholders to be involved. And we are already seeing this every day in multiple communities across the world. But one last thing that I wanted to mention here today is what I just said. I don't think this should be considered as radical at all. We own our identity in the analog world. We don't accept others to make billions on top of our own identity, so why should it be that different in the online world? So all in all, the goal is really to have a voice, a choice, and stake online, and I don't think this is radical. I think this is pretty much common sense. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. I think you have helped us to pave the way very nicely to the next round of conversation, because if we want AI to be meaningful to people, the intention behind it is absolutely crucial. And with that, I would like to invite Ambassador Thomas Schneider from the government of Switzerland and Nandini Chami from IT for Change to address the question on how should AI innovation pathways be steered from the common good. With that intention of the common good. Please share your views on that. Ambassador, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for making me part of this discussion, because this is a discussion of fundamental importance that is also something that in a, maybe not necessarily a poor, but definitely a small country like mine, is a big issue. These scaling effects that we're seeing, and you've highlighted some of the aspects, how can a small actor cope, survive, call it whatever you want, in such a system where by design the big ones have the resources, have the power. But the question is, does it have to be like this? Yeah. Or is it just, would there be alternatives? And I think we have already heard a number of elements where you actually can, how the small ones need to cooperate in order to benefit from this as well. And of course we know about the risks and all of this, but I think it would be a mistake not to use these technologies because the potential is huge. And being an economist and a historian and not a lawyer, actually, much of this reminds me of the first revolution in the Industrial Revolution, where, for instance, Switzerland was a country that was lagging behind They had already trains and railways in the UK, and we were still like walking around in the mountains. But then we were catching up quite quickly. But it wasn't just enough to buy locomotives and coaches from the UK or produce them ourselves. We had to realize that you need to build a whole ecosystem in order to allow you to use this technology to make it your own, and some of it has been mentioned. What struck me lately, just I read an article about the extinguishing of the Credit Suisse, of the Swiss bank, and it struck me again, this bank was created by the politician and his people that were actually bringing the railways to Switzerland and building the railway system. So what they did not just buy coaches and build railways and bridges and tunnels, they also built the ATH Zurich, so they knew we need to have engineers, we need to have people that have the skills to actually drive these things, build the infrastructure. So they did not just create the railway, they created the first universities, like in polytechnical universities, and they knew, like, we are a small country, we don't have the resources, we need somebody that gives us credit, we need to have a financial system around it, and it also connects to you. You can have nice ideas, but if you don't get the resources for them, nothing happens. And that was remarkable that this was all through basically by one person plus his team in the 1840s and 50s. And I think we need to understand, and I think we've heard a lot of input, what do we need? Each community for herself, but also in order to be able to create our own ecosystem, and how to cooperate with others that are in the same situation. It can be communities in a different country, but can actually also be communities at the other end of the world, but that may actually create a win-win situation with you. So I think this is really important. And for the small actors, how can we break this vicious cycle of scaling effects that you cannot deliver? And we've heard also some elements that are important for us in Switzerland. The cooperative model is actually something. Much of our success stories economically are actually still cooperatives. The biggest supermarket in Switzerland was created 100 years ago as a cooperative. It is still a cooperative. Not as much as it used to be, but legally it's a cooperative. Every customer can actually vote. So every few years there's a discussion, should this supermarket be able to sell alcohol or not? And they want to, but the people say no. So just one, and we have insurances that are cooperatives and so on. So that's an element. And another element is sharing the computing power. In Switzerland, we've been working with NVIDIA to develop their chips 10 years ago, and now we have the result. We have one of the 10 biggest supercomputers, apart from the private ones, of course, of the big companies, that is in Switzerland. We cooperate with Lumi, with the Finns, and we try to create a network. We've started to set up a network to share computing power across the world for small actors, universities, and so on. So this initiative is called ICAIN, I-C-A-I-N. So there's lots of things to do, and I think if we do a nice summary of the elements that we have heard so far, we can actually, that gives us some guidance for the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Nandini, please help us with your views.
It's a very interesting conversation, and I think we are having this at a very timely moment when there is a recognition that if we are talking about a just and sustainable digital transition, we need to get out of the dominant AI paradigm and move towards something else. So I'll just begin by sharing a couple of thoughts about challenges that we face in terms of steering AI innovation pathways for the common good. And these reflections come from the UNDP's Human Development Report of 2025, which focuses on the theme People and Possibilities in the Age of AI. So the first challenge that, in this report we find is that in terms of shaping the trajectories of AI innovation, private value and public value creation goals are not always necessarily or automatically aligned. And to quote from a report, despite AI's potential to accelerate technological progress and scientific discovery, current innovation incentives are geared towards rapid deployment, scale, and automation, often at the expense of transparency, fairness, and social inclusion. So how do we shape these with intentionality and consciously? That is very important. The second insight from this report is that since development is a path-dependent project, these path dependencies mean that AI adoption does not automatically open up routes to economic diversification. We just heard reflections on ecosystem strengthening, and this report also adds to the similar lens, that the economic structures in many developing countries and LDCs may limit the local economy's potential to absorb productivity spillovers from AI, and there may be fewer and weaker links to high-value added activities. So this actually means that there needs to be a complementarity between development roadmaps and AI roadmaps, and the objectives of development, the specific contextual strength, opportunities, challenges, and weaknesses mapping in terms of where the potential for economic diversification lies, and where we use AI as bridge building, as a general purpose technology. These become extremely contextually grounded activities to do, and we need to move beyond an obsession with AI economy roadmap development as just a technological activity and look at it as an ecosystem activity. So from this perspective, I would just like to share from our work at IT for Change about 3 to 4 reflections on what it would take to make techno-institutional choices that will shape these innovation trajectories in these directions that we seek. So first, we come to the issue of technology foresight. And in the panel also, we were discussing the question of do no harm principle. Oftentimes in these debates, we hear a discourse of inevitability of AI as a Frankenstein technology that will just definitely go out of control. And there's a lot of long-termist alarmism about we will no longer be able to control AI. But what happens is this starts distracting from setting limits on AI development in the here and now, which actually means that in operationalizing and actionizing the do no harm principle, instead of moving fast and breaking things, we probably need to go back to the precautionary principle of the Rio Declaration about what we need to do to shape technologies. And secondly, as the Aarhus Convention on Environmental Matters specifies in the context of environmental decision making, we need to be talking about right of the public to access information and participate in AI decision making. So we are not just looking at rights of affected parties in the AI harms discourse. The second point is that in AI value chains which are transnational, which are very complex, and which have multiple actors and system providers and deployers and subject citizens on whom AI is finally deployed, how do we fix liability for individual, collective, and societal harms, and how do we update our product fault liability regimes so that the burden of proof is no longer on the affected party to prove the causal link between the defect in a particular AI product or service and the harm that was suffered, given the black box nature of this technology. Thinking this through becomes very important. And thirdly, when we look at the technological infrastructure choices, of course, OpenAI affordances become very important as a starting point, but it's also useful to remember that they don't automatically enable better accountability, democratic competition, and inclusivity. As experiences of how we build open source AI on top of DPG stacks have shown, where it's very much possible that big tech firms, dominant firms, are able to use the primary locus of open source AI development to improve their products rather than to bring democratic innovation at the edges, as research shows. And my last point is actually about policy support for fostering alternatives, particularly federated AI commons thinking. So there are alternative visions such as community AI that focus on looking at task-specific small solutions that may not use so much compute at scale, but will run very contextually grounded inferences in specific communities. At IT for Change, we are exploring the development of such a model with the public school education system in Kerala, for instance. There have also been proposals that have been made in G20 discussions as part of the T20 dialogues about how do we shape public procurement policies and the directions of public research funding for development of shared compute infrastructure, which came up in our discussion. And also, how do we ensure that in the participation of different market actors on public AI stacks and the use of public AI compute, what would be licensing safeguards and other things that we build? And the macroeconomic connections between the rules that we are signing in digital trade agreements and the policy space, particularly in the developing country context, to provide the necessary public policy scaffolding for building a diverse and decentralized AI commoning ecosystem. We may need to think a bit more about it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nandini. Let me check with Sadhana if there are remote participants wanted to make interventions or have questions, and I also invite you all to also get ready with your questions and comments and reactions if you have one.
Thank you, Valeria. I hope everyone can hear me. There is one question in the chat from Timothy who asks, digital transformation is built upon intellectual property rights frameworks, means of ownership and trade. When considering existing trends, projects, and works that are resourced versus those that lack resourcing, how are the natural legal persons provided the necessary support to retain legal agency, both for themselves as well as to support traditional roles such as those of a parental guardian or others?
Thank you, Sadhana. Is anyone in the panel? Anyone in the panel would like to address that question?
I didn't hear clearly the question.
Repeat. This is about intellectual property.
If you could repeat the second half, I got the first half, but not the second.
If I understand correctly, the question is asking, given that there are ownership rights conferred on the developers of AI and non-natural legal persons such as corporations, the question is about how can natural legal persons such as ourselves retain our rights and agencies over the building blocks of AI, both individually as well as those who might be in charge of us, such as guardians and custodians.
Like, one part is that, of course, the way the technology is evolving, there is IP-driven solutions and there are open source solutions. So what we need to emphasize is to promote open source solutions to the extent possible so that more and more developers get access to the APIs and they can build applications on top of it. The second part of it is that with regard to, like, ultimately somebody has to pay for these solutions. Like, it's not that everything will come for free. And those companies which are known to provide services for free, they monetize your data. We all know about it. There have been big tech companies who are indulging in that. So at some point of time, we'll have to take a call whether if I want to use a service, like you mentioned, a ChatGPT service, which kind of helps me in improving my efficiency, my productivity. Either I pay for that service or I contribute to the data sets. So that call individuals, companies, societies will need to take, that what is the cost of convenience or what is the cost of getting a service, in what form we can do. The other part which can be done, which is very complex, is to work out a marketplace kind of mechanism in which every service is priced. So, if I'm contributing data sets, if I'm contributing to building a corpus in a particular language, then can we incentivize those who are contributing the data sets? In fact, there is a initiative, there is a company called Karya in India, which is doing that, which is actually paying people for contributing data sets, which kind of ensures that those who are becoming part of the ecosystem, they do that. Then there are companies which have started incentivizing delivery boys, food delivery boys, and cab drivers, Uber drivers, so that when they drive around, they get details about city amenities, about garbage dumps, about missing manual covers, street lights, traffic lights not functioning, sharing that information with the city government, and then they get in turn paid for doing that service. So if the way a data contributor, in what form is contributing, there can be models, there can be mechanisms in which a cost and a revenue sharing model can be developed. But it will require specific approaches to the specific use case, but it's not that it cannot be done.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Maybe if I can add, and there's a number of good examples. First of all, property rights are not carved in stone. This is something that can be and will need to be reformed, renegotiated. I think that is with what outcome and how that this is another question, but because otherwise, in many ways, property rights don't work also for journalism, for media, for in that part. So we'll have to develop a new approach and question what was the original idea behind property rights. The idea may be right, but then we need to find a new approach. That's one element. And the other thing is like, this is what you may do on the political level, on the market level, and the other one is try to find ways to create a fair share system for benefits, and one is try to monetize it, like a kind of transaction, give every transaction or every data transaction a value. And the other thing is, and I think we've already heard, is go for, not think it only from the individual, but think it from society or from, and in Switzerland also we have many, we are a liberal country, but many things people don't want it to be privatized because they think this should be in public hands. It's like waste management or hospitals is a very hot issue and so on. So I think we should think about how as a society, if we want to develop our health system, for instance, health data is super important, is super valuable, and of course the industry needs a lot of money to develop new pharmaceutical products. But how can we organize ourselves as a society, not because as an individual you are too weak, but a whole society can say, okay, we are offering something to businesses that can develop stuff that is okay, that they make money, but we want somehow a fair share of this because we are kind of your research lab, and then if you are a group, a big group, then you can actually have also a political weight, and then you need to find creative, concrete ways to actually then get this thing concretely done. But you need to work on the idea and the concept and on defining ways but it's a super important question.
And if I can build on those two and fully agree with what's been said, the question of having a stake in your data has often been framed on a personal level, and actual studies have shown that you would make very, very little if you were to monetize your own data. At the end of the year, it would be like a couple hundreds of euro or dollars. And the worst thing is that it could lead also to systems where poor people would probably spend lots of time online to generate a very small revenue from this. So the answer will not be on an individual perspective, but it would be on a collective one. Because it's when the data is aggregated, it's when the data is in a specific context that then it gains value. And here again, let me bring the cooperative model, and that's true. Theoretically, there's a lot of work on data cooperative. Practically speaking, it's still yet to emerge. But also one of the reasons is that it is not natural for businesses to turn into a cooperative model because it's being perceived as this socialist or communist thing, which it is not. And hundreds of years of legacy have proven that. But there are many cooperative, data cooperative, that pull specific data with a specific type of expertise, and then allow some AI to be trained on this expertise and high quality data. And this is where we can have better rights and better protections for individual once it is aggregated in common. So really, the mentality really needs to shift from this like personal data framed discussion. I think that benefits also a lot of the big tech companies to a more collective and organization perspective.
Thank you. Anita.
I don't think that there's an easy answer, and I think we need to step up and rethink, as people have said, on this entire idea of what's ownership. Two things I would like to say is that for developing countries particularly, I think in our global agreements on trade and intellectual property, we oftentimes cede our space to regulate in the public interest back in our countries. So often transnational companies use the excuse of trade secrets to lock up data that otherwise should be available to public transportation authorities, public hospitals, etc. And perhaps we do need to strongly institute exceptions in IP laws for the sake of society to be able to use that threshold of aggregate data that is necessary to keep our societies in order. I'm sorry, I'm using that terminology in a very, very broad sense. Yes. But I mean, that is needed. You just can't lock up that data and say it's not available because it's a trade secret. The second is that the largest source for the large language models, especially ChatGPT, was Wikipedia. So you actually see free riding happening, on top of these commons. And therefore, there's another imperative, I think, for us to rethink the intellectual property regime on, well, we will do open source, but what if my open source meant for my community is actually servicing profiteering? So we do need laws to think through those data exchanges, whether it's agricultural data, whatever data commons or public data sets do need to protect society from free riding and also foul dealing. Foul dealing is when, the exploitation really reaches, a very, very high threshold. The last point I want to make is we've been talking about the nudge economy that has generated the data sets. But what we read today is that there's an economy of prompt. On top of AI models that you see when you search is the way in which you're defining your prompts as users, and that is perfecting the large language models. Yes. So this is a complexity from nudge to prompt, which means that all of us are feeding the already monopolistic models with the necessary information for that to become more efficient, which effectively means that the small can never survive. So what do you do then for the small to survive is actually a question of societal commons, so that this economy of prompt and economy of profiteering from prompt can actually be curtailed. And I think these are future questions for governance and regulation, but essentially also for international cooperation.
That's excellent. Okay, let me now invite your comment, please, or your question.
My name is Dr. Nermeen Salim, the Secretary General of Creators Union of Arab. It's a consultative status with the UN. And by accident, I'm expert intellectual property. So for comment for this question, I want just to comment about the intellectual property of AI. In the WIPO, the International Organization of Intellectual Property, they not yet reach to the ideal convention for protecting AI because it's divided between two sections, the AI as a data, as the technology way, and as the content which is generated by AI. But for this, we are at the civil society, have launched in the IGF, last IGF in Riyadh, a platform for protecting the content for users for digital area. When the users want to share their articles, researches, photos, trademark, and they don't know where to register this, we make a platform to submit and take a QR code and verified by blockchain until he go to the government minister, which is responsible for registration. But this verification is very important to prove the priority date of sharing. This is in the international law of intellectual property, is taking in consideration in the court in the case of conflict between users. That's just a comment for the question they make it.
Thank you for your input. We are a minute away from the end of the session, so I would like to invite every one of you, the panel, to share some final remarks. Yes?
Just to add something, anyone want to know about this platform, it's www.ipverification.org. It's available now as a demo.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So just very brief final remarks, like 10 seconds, with the highlight that you would like to leave the audience with, please. So let me start with you, Nandini.
Yeah. I think the discussion is showing us that there's a long history of contestations about the public domain and how to draw the line between private property and public domain while continuing to incentivize innovation and preserve common heritage, particularly in knowledge IP. AI is a new instantiation of that problem. Yes. Ambassador Snyder?
Thank you. I'll just say this was really exciting, and I hope we can follow up on this because it's super important, and thank you really for this discussion.
Sarah?
Thank you will be the last thing as well.
Ambassador?
Yeah, my takeaway is that the cooperative model for infrastructure, data sets works, and then maybe for models and applications, we need to push forward more for open source models without the concerns of IP and other stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking that the public and the local cannot exist without each other.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and thank you so much for your presence. Not easy answers, as you said. And oh yes, I'm sorry, Jackie. Please, your final remarks.
Yes, thank you. I think data is a very strategic and key asset for both AI and the digital economy. And with that, I just want to share with you that we have recently established a multi-stakeholder working group on data governance. So hopefully that could provide some recommendation on how we can develop a good data governance framework. Thank you.
Absolutely. So not easy answers. Some of the responses and solutions are coming from the margins, from the academia, from the social movements, and different groups impacted by digitalization. So yes, let's keep the conversation going, and let's use this space and hopefully also the WSIS Plus 20 review in order to be able to define the grounds for different approaches and a different paradigm for AI for the common good. So thank you so much for your presence and to all of you for your contributions.
Thank you so much.
Hi, is the mic on? Just testing. Perfect, thank you. Hi all, welcome to this main session of the Best Practice Forum this year. This year we have a long title. It's a Best Practice Forum on securing access to the internet and protecting core internet resources in context of conflict and crisis. Briefly introduce myself, I'm Wim de Gezelle. I work as a consultant with the IGF Secretariat, supporting this Best Practice Forum. Why am I consultant with the Secretariat? Why is the Secretariat supporting this work? Well, a Best Practice Forum is one of the modalities of the intersessional activities. It means there are a couple of topics, and this year there are 4 topics that the MAC, the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee, selects and say, well, it is important that we can work on this and we can have discussions on this, but in a broader context, not only at the IGF, but also in the weeks before, ahead, after IGF. Typically, that means a Best Practice Forum starts to work with online discussions ahead of the meeting to be able to present some outputs of the discussions at the IGF meeting. Of course, this year, everything is different. And the fact is that IGF is way earlier. That means the Best Practice Forum is really at its beginning. We have like 1 or 2 online meetings and continue to work after the IGF. I think it's very important and a great opportunity this year, because usually what happens is that we have the discussions with the team, with the core team, with people involved. At the IGF, we come to talk about it on stage, and then afterwards a lot of people are interested to join, interested to participate. And then we usually have to say, sorry, but this is the end of the cycle. Well, this year it is different. This year we can start off and we can involve everybody that's still interested in the coming months. Because our final output we only intend to, or we only will present in the 1st of November. A couple of words about the topic and the title, the topic and the objectives of the session. This session immediately comes and follows a main session that was organized last year at the IGF in Riyadh, where a panel discussed what's happening, what's important with internet access, what happens if there are conflicts, if there are crises, what it means to internet access for civilians, what it also means to the stability of the internet itself. One of the findings or outcomes of that session was exactly that there is a lot of talk, but not much is clearly defined about the topic. It is really important to have the discussion, pick up the discussion, identify roles, responsibilities, look at norms, existing norms frameworks that might be applicable. And that is exactly where this Best Practice Forum takes off and really wants to finalize. We published a problem statement. I will come back on later in the introduction, where we invite feedback to clarify the problem, and then the panel will further discuss on this. This is also the objective of the session, is really have that input to continue to work on during the next months, to clarify the problem statement, get pointers, get feedback, get input. And also part of the discussion is to discuss what can we as a Best Practice Forum, what can we as a IGF community do in this field, what role can we play. Before I continue the introduction and go to the problem statement, I would like to invite you to listen to a video message from Mr. Abel, Director and Deputy of the High Representative Office of Disarmament Affairs of the UN. They can't be here, but they say, can we at least provide a message via video? So please let us listen.
Distinguished
co-facilitators, dear participants, I am honored to deliver this message on behalf of Ms. Izumi Nakamitsu, Under Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. For 20 years, the Internet Governance Forum has served as an essential platform for multi-stakeholder discussions on digital public policy. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, we are reminded that our successes are underpinned by inclusive and coordinated efforts. The IGF Best Practice Forums work precisely in that spirit: open, bottom-up, collective approaches to Internet policy matters. Allow me to now turn to the specific topic at hand: the importance of securing Internet access and protecting core Internet resources in contexts of conflict and crisis situations. Safeguarding Internet resources is essential for our shared digital future. These resources include what has become known as the public core of the Internet, which constitutes the critical digital components that ensure the general availability and integrity of the Internet across borders. Assets like fiber optic cables, data centers, and satellite constellations. In peacetime, this critical infrastructure underpins digital transformation and enables sustainable development. We also see the vulnerability of these assets in conflict situations. Recent conflicts demonstrate the serious dangers posed to civilians by attacks, including through digital means, against infrastructure essential for public services and the functioning of society. We must ask ourselves, how can we mitigate the risks posed to critical infrastructure, including core Internet resources, in light of rising threats? First, international law provides clear guidance on targeting of civilian infrastructure in the context of armed conflict. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure are forbidden under international humanitarian law, including telecommunications and other infrastructure that help people to be informed and protected during times of war. We must always uphold these obligations and be guided by international law, including the UN Charter, in the use of digital technologies. Second, states have agreed to be guided in their use of information and communications technologies by a set of norms, including 3 pertaining specifically to the protection of critical infrastructure. Fundamentally, states have committed not to conduct or knowingly support ICT activities that intentionally damages critical infrastructure or otherwise impairs the use and operation of such infrastructure providing services to the public. This includes the technical infrastructure essential to the general availability or integrity of the Internet. But responsibility rests not only with states. We must work collectively as states, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector. Efforts such as joint norm implementation and exchanges of good practice could go a long way. We must ensure that our digital future is not only peaceful, but inclusive for the benefit of all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think that was a statement that already has a lot of content, which the panel will definitely come back. But before handing over to the panel, and we're also going to listen to some case studies first, I already mentioned that the Best Practice Forum developed at its first call a problem statement that we sent out for public comment or input. Maybe if I can have the slides on the screen, then, okay, thank you. Then, most important part of the slide is, of course, the QR code, where you can still provide input on the statement. So this draft problem statement, which you can see behind me, is really the starting point for the discussions of the Best Practice Forum. It says that there is a clear and pressing need to clarify roles and responsibilities of the multi-stakeholder community and of institutions that are active within it, in securing core internet resources, and in ensuring civilian access to the internet during conflicts and crises. Like I said, we discussed that already at the first online webinar we had of the Best Practice Forum. Then we published it for input and feedback on the statement itself, but also some additional questions on norms framework, who should be involved, etc. Some of the initial feedback we received on the statement was the topic or the concept of core internet resources. It is not clear for everyone. There are different opinions, different views on what it is not. It is really important to probably not define, but be clear what is meant with it. Together and have discussions. It is important that you know what you talk about. Also, it was mentioned by one contribution that if there is ambiguity on what core internet resources is, it is very difficult when you want to operationalize norms that mention core internet or internet infrastructure. A second comment we received was that stakeholders, it is all clear, or it is a term we are very familiar with within the IGF community. Stakeholders, multi-stakeholders, who they are. It is important to name them, to be very clear, also to understand that we might have a very clear idea of who stakeholders are if you come to an IGF, but if we move outside of the IGF, other organizations that are relevant for this topic, they might have a completely different idea on who the stakeholders are. With regard to roles and responsibilities, a comment came in, we should not only look at roles and responsibilities during crisis, during a conflict, but there is also an important role, important responsibilities on what happens before, preparation for a crisis, prevention, and also what happens after crisis. If you talk about access, if you talk about securing resources, if there has been a crisis, something has to be fixed. Whose responsibility is it? And the last point that I want to mention is that it's very easy to say it's important to have access for civilians, but if you want to really have that discussion, it's important, it's crucial that you agree on what scope you want for civilian access. Like I said, there is a QR code. Please continue to provide input for this year's work. I mention it again, this Best Practice Forum now has its main session at the IGF, but we continue to work and we expect to publish a report by the 1st of November. Thank you. I now would like to hand it over to Anouret, who is a co-facilitator of the Best Practice Forum and will lead the panel. The rest of the meeting, we will listen first to a couple of concrete examples, concrete case studies, and then followed by a discussion with the panel. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Worm, and thanks everyone for being here. Before I introduce my panel, I want to just really stress that everyone should know this session is fundamentally different from many other sessions you've been to, in that best practice forums like national and regional IGFs and dynamic coalitions are part of the IGF's intersessional work. So in fact, what this session gives us is an opportunity to set an agenda for the work of this best practice forum for the rest of this year, and potentially, should the MAG renew it, even for a further year or two. So don't think just about what we can discuss today. Think also about what we can discuss, develop, and address going forward. So to take us down to sort of the more nitty-gritty of this, so we can begin to look at this problem statement, look at the work. We have with us really, I mean, every moderator says that their panels are exceptional, but to my left, we have Dr. Dennis Broeders from Leiden University, who in fact is the person that first developed this notion of the public core of the internet, and he'll tell you more about that. And I don't think he knew when he did that it would actually become an ongoing process and debate, and that we're not leaving him alone as a result. And next to him is Madeleine Carr, University College London, also an academic, but these are not just your everyday academics, they're academics that are actively engaged in practice and in this space. It's a cybersecurity expert, I would say. And then we have next to her Chantal Joris from Article 19, who understands and comes very much from the perspective of international law, international human rights law, international humanitarian law, which is really vital, as we also heard in the address from Adedeji earlier. And next to Chantal is Marwa Fatafta from Access Now. She leads Access Now's work in the Middle East, and she will talk to us about some of the on-the-ground experiences and what the impact is when these resources and when access is not protected. And next to Marwa, we have Pablo Hinojosa, a leader in the internet technical community for the last 20 years, who will talk to us about the part that we often don't think about, which is the institutional infrastructure that looks after the core internet resources and what happens when they are in crisis. Online to us from Palestine is Jalal Abu Kater, who is from Hamle, an organization working in Palestine, Israel, who does, I think, probably the most detailed and validated research on how social media operates and how people use and abuse social media and how the institutions that provide social media platforms operate in context of conflict. So to start us first, we're going to first look at the experience. So Jalal, really, it's good to welcome you. I'm so sorry that because of conflict that you are not able to be with us. But please tell us a little bit more about how this destruction, disruption, non-availability of access has operated and impacted in the context of Gaza.
Thank you, Henriette. I'm very happy to be part of this panel. Thank you for, of course, organizing this best practice forum. I'm hoping for an informed discussion. Of course, I'll be presenting mainly on the experience that we've been documenting in terms of what's happening in Gaza. We have been witnessing the collapse of the entire telecommunications system in real time. Since the start of the military campaign back in October 2023, the Gaza Strip has experienced repeated and deliberate blackouts, including right now. But what makes this current moment particularly alarming is the accumulated near total destruction of Gaza's internet and fixed line infrastructure. As of this week, in June in 2025, we're reporting daily on complete and partial internet and fixed line blackouts across the entire Gaza Strip. The last remaining fiber route was repeatedly targeted and destroyed by Israeli forces over the past few weeks. All redundancy in the network has been lost. Mobile networks are barely holding on, and it may collapse entirely due to the lack of fuel, infrastructure, and spare parts, of course. No repair missions are being permitted by Israeli authorities. 80% of Gaza is now classified as active combat zone, making technical intervention and repairs nearly impossible. Blackouts do have a catastrophic consequence, of course. Humanitarian organizations cannot coordinate aid. Emergency services are unreachable. Journalists are unable to report. And of course, civilians are left in the dark without the ability to communicate or receive warnings. More than 2.2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip remain digitally isolated. Of course, this is not a technical failure only. This is the use of connectivity as a weapon of war, what we refer to as digital erasure. From a norms perspective, the destruction and obstruction of telecommunications infrastructure violates the principles of both international humanitarian law and human rights law. The Geneva Conventions protect civilian infrastructure. Access to information is a recognized human right, yet there is no accountability when core internet services are deliberately dismantled, as we see in Gaza. We, of course, ask for this forum to consider how existing normative frameworks fail to protect digital lifelines in occupied or besieged territory. What happens when a state actor with control over the spectrum and an infrastructure uses that power to impose silence on a civilian population? We, of course, urge stakeholders in this space, governments, regulators, companies, multilateral bodies, to treat telecom infrastructure the same way we treat water and electricity during humanitarian crisis. We need enforceable protections for core internet infrastructure under armed conflict, as well as emergency mechanisms for civil society and humanitarian actors to deploy alternatives, whether it's by satellite, eSIMs, or portable cell networks. Lastly, I'd like to highlight that the campaign Reconnect Gaza, supported by over 60 international organizations, including some present on this panel. Of course, we are reporting on this repeatedly, and of course, we are trying to urge international action through institutions like the ITU to ensure Gaza's reconnection and future sovereignty is guaranteed. Last thing I want to say, just a couple of facts and figures. According to the World Bank, the damages to Gaza's ICT sector are estimated at $164 million, with $736 million in losses. Short-term reconstruction needs are estimated at $114 million, with total needs reaching $460 million. Without addressing these figures seriously, no humanitarian or recovery plan may succeed. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thanks very much, Jalal. By the way, let's not speak too quickly. We have to keep the captioners in mind as well, because they are transcribing what we are saying. I know time's limited, but thanks very much for that, Jalal. Marwa, you have been working, and Access Now works in other parts of the Middle East, including, I would like to highlight Sudan, a country which has been without internet access for years and years. So what is the experience and the impact there, the context?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to follow up on what Jalal said and start by emphasizing on the fact that securing internet access or depriving civilian population of that is extremely different from the familiar kill switches that we know of, where an authoritarian state would just simply shut down the internet in times of unrest. We're talking about extremely complex situations, which makes our job as civil society trying to secure alternative connectivity difficult. So the connectivity disruptions that we see time and time again, and that is unfortunately a trend on the rise. Access Now runs the global coalition of Keep It On, of 300 civil society organizations working to document and stop internet shutdowns around the world. And unfortunately, armed conflict has become the leading trigger of internet shutdowns worldwide. What we see is that in times of conflict, warring parties see civilian internet infrastructure as a military target. So we see cell towers, fiber optic cables, switchboards, data centers, even ISP offices, headquarters, and even their own maintenance crews and repair crews become a target. Gaza offers, sadly, a devastating example of that in action, as Jalal outlined. Sudan is another example. For instance, the Rapid Support Forces, one of the warring parties in Sudan, they have attacked data centers and in
the opposite controlled party, or in territories that are controlled by the opposite warring party, as a way to inflict collective punishment of civilians. For example, last year in February, the RSF took over internet service providers or data centers in Khartoum, which led to a complete communications blackout in the entire country. And we've seen the same pattern happening time and time again. Every time they attack data centers or seize data centers or telecommunications offices, they plunge the entire country into the dark. Another complicating factor, which I think is important for us to highlight, is we're not only talking about the destruction and the damage of the infrastructure itself, but also the warring parties weaponize access, such as banning or restricting access to repair parts, spare parts, or critical components of the infrastructure that is needed to repair it, or sometimes things are as basic as fuel, as we also see again in the context of Gaza. And therefore, simply, if you don't have electricity, you're not able to provide internet to civilians. So the basic infrastructure maintenance becomes another political and logistical battlefield between the warring parties. And these challenges are magnified even further in sanctioned context. And here I want to take Syria as a case study or as an example to mention. You know, now the Syrian regime is thankfully fallen, but after 14 years of war. And that has left half of Syria's infrastructure, including its telecommunications infrastructure, in shambles. What that meant is, for instance, it meant unreliable and slow internet. It meant fragmented internet because every territory has become reliant on ISP providers in either provided by one of the controlling warring parties. For example, in northern Syria, people relied for a long time on telecommunications and internet services provided by the Turkish authorities, which meant that during the devastating earthquake that had hit Turkey and northern Syria, the Turkish authorities shut down the internet because they wanted to control the opposition and the critical voices saying, where is the government, what is it doing to help rescue people? But it also meant that people who were relying on these networks were also were disconnected, and we're talking about a moment of extreme humanitarian needs for populations. And the question here is that, okay, you have so Syria has been one of the most sanctioned countries on earth by the US, by the EU. That also included getting in repair equipment. It's difficult for private companies, telecommunication companies, to bring in and import equipment that they need to repair and to maintain the running of this infrastructure, raising again questions about how can we secure internet access, the very topic of our discussion today, in such contexts. I want to also say that, or actually let me stop here, and I do want to raise the question of what can we do as civil society, but also as part of the IGF multi-stakeholder fora, in order to calm these very pressing challenges when it comes to internet access in armed conflict zones.
Thanks a lot for that, Marwa, and thanks for stopping. We do have limited time, but we will come back to you. Pablo, you have a very different type of disruption to discuss.
Yes, but first I would like to advocate for the continuation of the work of the Best Practice Forum next year, regardless if the IGF mandate is renewed or not. I think this is important work that needs to continue. I depart from the premise that all of us here, and I really hope it is true, if not, you are in the wrong forum, we're all in full agreement that we want to protect the public core of the internet. If not, you're really in the wrong forum. So I depart from that premise. And my argument here today is that protecting the core of the internet also includes the protection of the institutions that make it work. And I will come from the angle of resilience, because internet resilience is not about networks and cables and infrastructure, because it's also about people and organizations. And let me talk about a concrete example. It's a striking example, and this is the Afrinic case, the regional internet registry for Africa. For more than 2 years, Afrinic has endured a prolonged period of institutional uncertainty. Legal proceedings, governance deadlock, leadership gaps, they all have prevented it to function as intended. And yet, through this adversity, basic services have continued. The absence of a CEO, the absence of a decision-making board has presented big challenges. And it is only thanks to the commitment of Afrinic staff, its people, that the organization has continued to provide these basic services. For that commitment, which is usually not recognized or not recognized enough, we should all be, and the internet should be, very grateful. A functional RIR is needed for internet stability because when institutions like Afrinic struggle, it's not a local issue on a single jurisdiction. If a registry cannot operate properly, it is harder to trust routing information, and it is easier for cyber attacks to happen. And that not only affects Africa, that affects the global internet. So what we've seen in this example is that weaknesses doesn't always come from infrastructure. It can also come from weak governance, legal pressures in specific jurisdictions, or the lack of multi-stakeholder community support, or enough support and pressure from the community. And I risk myself to say that when this happens, the multi-stakeholder model, the model that we have built for more than 20 years, it's not only at the IGF, but also elsewhere, to protect the internet may not be strong enough on its own. And that's the premise that I would like to put forward. And this should be a wake-up call, not just for Africa, but for all of us who care about the resilience of the internet. It challenges the long-held view that the best way to protect the internet is through non-interference. Sometimes non-interference is not enough, and inaction too can cause harm. So it's definitely time to think about positive protective measures, and I will hope that the next part of the debate will talk about it. And to help these institutions stay strong when they are under pressure. So my point is, if we want the internet to stay open, stable, and secure, if we want internet resilience, we have to support the people and the institutions that make that possible.
Thanks very much for that, Pablo. Now, we are at the Internet Governance Forum, and we do talk a lot here about norms and governance frameworks. So I'm now turning to our norms and governance experts. Just listening to this and listening to these different types of cases, some of them similar, but also different dimensions. What is your view on existing normative frameworks, soft norms, hard norms? Are they sufficient? Is it clear who they apply to, or how compliance is measured and assessed? And maybe you don't all have to comment on this, but those of you that have looked at the public core norm and the work around that, does it apply to this context? Dennis, let's start with you, then we'll go to Madeleine, and then we'll go to you, Chantal.
All right, thank you very much. So the cases are very, very different, and the normative frameworks also differ, right? So I will focus on the most global ones. And then there's three major ones that I would like to flag, some really short because others will speak to it. So there's the law of armed conflict, there's human rights law, and there's the protection of critical information infrastructure in a global sense. And that gets us to the public core. So international humanitarian law, there is always, surprises me how little protection there actually is for critical infrastructure when you really look at it. Proportionality is extremely stretchy, right? So that's one. Human rights law would be extremely relevant for the Gaza case, would be extremely relevant for the Syria case, but both of these will be addressed by Chantal, so I will leave those to the side. Third is the protection of critical internet resources and infrastructure. That's the public core, and you're right, when I wrote this more than 10 years ago under the beams in a think tank in The Hague, I did not think I would be 10 years later here still doing this, but fair enough. There has been a debate since 2015 on the idea of the public core of the internet, right? So the protection of core internet resources and infrastructure that should be exempted from unwarranted intervention by states. So in my original conceptions, I saw it the core internet protocols and infrastructure are a global public good and should be treated as such. It is important to stress, and Pablo already did that, the public core norm is a negative norm, right? It's a thou shalt not norm, right? So they should not do it. That also means it's a political commitment, right? Implementation is really hard when it comes to negative norms, and the whole framework about sort of the implementation of norms is not necessarily helpful to the debate when it comes to negative norms. The focus is on large-scale and transnational disruption of the internet, like Pablo highlighted in the Afrinic case. So, for example, if you see how the debate developed, Gaza, for example, would not necessarily be the best fit. Human rights law would perhaps be a better way to look at it. The debate started in the Netherlands. It went to the Internet Society, to the Global Commission on Stability of Cyberspace, of which you were a commissioner, multi-stakeholder instruments like the Paris Goal, the EU, the UN, etc. Right? A lot got translated, adapted, some things got lost in translation. That's how it works. But the central idea still is, how do we protect the integrity and the availability of the global internet, right? That's how it's formulated at the UN, also in the draft report of the Open-Ended Working Group, which came out last week. Sometimes it's policy, in the EU, for example, but mostly it's a framework. For this community, in the 2020 GGE report, was the first recognition by diplomats and states that there is such a thing as transnational critical infrastructure.
This is the group, GGE is the group of governmental experts of the first committee of the UN, so it's a fairly strong instrument.
It's the first committee, it's the security diplomats that are doing this. The fact that that the internet is a transnational infrastructure has a fairly high gehalte here, I presume, but for diplomats, this was a big thing because critical infrastructure is a national prerogative. You decide what it is, right? When I look at the protection of the core of the internet, I always look at three layers. So the technical, physical infrastructure, then the logical infrastructure, and then the organizational level, and that's where I want to end up. So if we look at the technical level, so the physical infrastructure, that is increasingly being connected to the debate of the public core, right? We see it when we talk about cable infrastructure, satellite infrastructure, etc., that is increasingly coming together. Some of that is hype, right? We had a discussion here on Monday, on day 0, with some experts where they say, okay, intentional harm to these infrastructures is still fairly rare when it comes to cables, hasn't changed that much. It's real, it would have devastating consequences, it happens, but there's a lot of hype. The other thing is, for politics, for diplomacy, also to a certain extent for academia, there is a bit of a Columbus fallacy, right? It's new to us. It's not necessarily new. Others have looked at this, right? There's a lot of policy in place. They did not start yesterday just because the rest of the world discovered that this was a critical resource. So there is a lot in place already. At the logical level, you've heard ad nauseum, the protocols of the internet are not developed with security in mind, etc. Right? That's something we say to each other a lot. That makes it vulnerable, but already a lot of work has been done in the technical community also to try and fix these things. Lastly, the organizational level, and we haven't talked too much about that, but I think it's a really interesting one, and then I'll stop. If we look at Ukraine, for example, right? There's a lot of pressure on internet governance organizations to take sides. We all know the Ukrainian request to ICANN, a RIPE NCC. They rejected that on the basis of neutrality, on the basis of, okay, we are caretakers of network continuity, basically. But it is also now outed as a possibility, right? The positive one on this front is that states, in the case of Ukraine, have said, okay, there's so-called internet carve-outs. The EU has said that, the G7 has said that, to not sanction these organizations in order to create continuity, but as other speakers here have already said, that does not, for example, apply to Syria, where it has happened. So that's different. The Afrinic case is also interesting, because one potential logical conclusion from what happened there is that why don't we move Afrinic from Mauritius to, say, Kenya, for example, right? That would make sense to a certain extent, But it would also mean that for the first time, we will indicate to the world that these organizations that are responsible for the key resources of the internet are a movable feast. You can put them here, you can put them there, it doesn't really matter. That will open a debate that we haven't seen yet. So that's also an interesting one. The last one that's sort of connected to that, that also means that the fact that these organizations so far have been relatively unsanctioned, they have been not really weaponized yet, is based on a tacit gentleman's agreement that is political in nature, right? So let's do a fictitious scenario. If anyone tells Donald Trump that he can turn off the internet in Iran because he has ICANN, I'm not sure what he will do. I do not have a deep faith in the gentlemanliness of the US administration at this moment. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Dennis. Madeline.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So over the course of the last year or so, we've been studying these cases, in particular the Russia-Ukraine case, where Ukraine requested that the Russian address space be shut down, the Gaza case, where the critical information infrastructure has been destroyed, and there's been no, they have not been allowed to repair it, and the Afrinet case, where we saw this kind of ongoing legal, we could say, interference with that element, that organization of the public core. And we've been looking at how does the multi-stakeholder community cope with these situations of conflict and crisis. And I thought it was a very good point that Pablo made about considering these things not just simply in kind of technical or global institutional capacity, but thinking about the people and organizations that make up the maintenance of the public core. Because in fact, the reason that resonated with me is because that is a debate that happened in cybersecurity maybe 10 years ago, when we used to think of cybersecurity as a technical problem with technological solutions, and then we now realize that's just simply not the case. So I think that's a very good point to keep in mind when we consider these, because norms, of course, and international relations generally are social processes. They're about human beings and organizations. Of those three cases that we looked at, it was clear that there is a risk of interference to the public core from both state and non-state actors, and even private individuals, as demonstrated in the case of Afrinet. But it also became clear to us that there are circumstances in which these relevant non-state actors, the multi-stakeholder community, really needs to be quite significantly more proactive in protecting the public core if the multi-stakeholder internet governance model that we have worked to develop over the last 20, 30 years is to function as intended. And if it can't function as intended, then we need to be honest about that, and we need to talk about what can change. And really through these three cases, there were two big things that became apparent to us. Well, three really, but in the Ukraine-Russia case and the Israel-Palestine case, they both confronting this very concrete scenario that the norm to protect the public core in many ways emerged from, and that was this concern of states taking steps to interfere with essential internet infrastructure to the detriment of another state, or to undermine wider internet functionality. In those two cases, we saw different outcomes. So in the context of the Ukraine-Russia case, where the challenge to the public core was predominantly focused on the software, protocols, and services, we could say that the multi-stakeholder community really performed quite well. There was a there was a public conversation about the request. The responses from ICANN and RIPE NCC were very articulate, and they were publicly available. And I suppose we might say that they functioned as we would expect them to in such a situation. However, in the context of Gaza, when in a way the threat to the public core comes through the hardware, we haven't seen any real response from the multi-stakeholder community. In a sense, that community seems kind of unable to respond to such a situation, and it appears to be completely unprepared to promote the protection of the public core in a context like that. Now, there's another element to that I think that sometimes gets missed here, which is that prior to the destruction of the hardware in Gaza, the public core was already wholly dependent or significantly dependent on Israeli infrastructure. And despite agreements to the contrary, that had never been remedied by the multi-stakeholder community. So they were left in a very precarious position when this happened. And then secondly, Israel has been able to exert this kind of military force to destroy the physical telecommunications infrastructure, to prevent the repair of it, and to prevent even the private sector, when Starlink made an offer, as they had done in Ukraine, to prevent that alternative solution from being implemented. So this leaves us then with this pretty central question that we really do need to discuss in this context of crisis and conflict. Is the multi-stakeholder community either willing and or able to respond to crises like this? If it is, and it can, then how? What should happen that hasn't happened in such a context? And if it isn't able to, then who is responsible in such a situation? Because these examples have really highlighted that there is quite a significant gap here in situations like this.
Thanks very much, Madeleine. Chantal, from the perspective of international law, human rights law, humanitarian law, what is your view?
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps start by the fact that I always, when we talk about these, conflict situations, coming in as an international lawyer, I do find it challenging these days because international law is in such a massive crisis that you really feel, okay, I can tell you about the rules, but compliance is totally in existence. So maybe also by starting by saying, by protecting those institutions that protect international law, including the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the United Nations, this is like a pre-requirement for being able to protect what we're talking about today as well. And obviously, questions around double standards also come up. I want to talk a bit first about international human rights law and then humanitarian law, and where I see a bit of a gap. I will not go too much into questions around extraterritorial application of international human rights law, which obviously in international armed conflicts can become a topic. Also, we've heard, for example, RSF in Sudan, the question of non-state actors, and also, again, their human rights obligations can be a bit of a tricky one. So I will just try to make a couple of concise points, but legally speaking, it's always very complex when you have these overlapping frameworks, and then you apply them to different type of actors. So under international human rights law, I would say it's reasonably straightforward in principle. Any restriction on freedom of expression and the right to share and receive information, including internet-based restriction, need to be based on the test of legality, legitimacy, necessity, and proportionality. And the Human Rights Council and others have been quite clear. And when we look at blanket shutdowns, the indiscriminate and widespread effect on the population is such that they basically can never be justified under international human rights law. And this has been also explicitly confirmed, for example, by the freedom of expression mandate holders, also in contexts of armed conflict. Now, of course, in armed conflict, we also need to consider international humanitarian law, which does not provide any explicit protection of internet access, and it also does not provide any, contain any explicit prohibition on attacking internet infrastructure or restricting internet access. There are certain rules that are relevant depending on the situation. For example, we have common Article 1 of the Geneva Conventions, which says parties need to respect international humanitarian law. So, for example, an internet shutdown specifically implemented to conceal violations of humanitarian law could be a violation of that provision. The protection of humanitarian organizations and hospitals, which is also explicit under international humanitarian law, is also contingent on them being able to access ICT infrastructure properly and operate properly. So in those aspects, we have certain protections. I want to go, and Dennis touched upon this a little bit, and it has been mentioned around these questions of the rules on attack. So humanitarian law says there's a prohibition on attacking civilian objects, the principle of distinction, and also where military objects are attacked, the proportionality needs to be considered. So there can't be excessive incidental harm to civilians or civilian objects as opposed to the direct military advantage. Here the challenge is that ICT infrastructure is often considered as so-called dual use. I think, Marwa, you mentioned that they often consider military objectives and attacking. So if it's used by both civilians and military, technically speaking, it does mean that attacking it can provide a military advantage. So under the principle of distinction, it could theoretically be allowed. What I see sometimes in commentary, particularly under international humanitarian law, what I find problematic is that it's often considered a little bit the end of the discussion. We forget that there is also, again, the proportionality requirement. And we have two challenges. On the one hand, as been mentioned, a human rights lawyer will do a very different proportionality assessment and consider civilian injury as opposed to military advantages than maybe someone working as a military advisor. So that's, it's a concept that can be stretched. It's in the eye of the beholder in a sense. So we have different assessments of that. The second challenge is, of course, really being able to assess the knock-on effect, right? What is really the impact of an internet shutdown? Who can't call the hospital? What is the psychological impact? What are all the knock-on effects? The banking service is not being able to operate properly. Again, humanitarian organizations and so on. So that also makes that proportionality assessment a little bit more challenging. And here, I think as well, we need to work more to, so the problem is in the end you might have a situation where under human rights law, which is recognized to apply in armed conflicts, there's basically quite a clear assessment. You can't impose such a shutdown. And at the same time, under humanitarian law, maybe we have very little to limit those attacks in a specific setting. So I think we need to be more conscious of that and work more towards really a systemic integration of these two legal frameworks and consider the human rights impacts as well in a proportionality analysis and within also a proper humanitarian law response. So I think that's also something that the BPF could highlight, that there is a gap into understanding how these frameworks really interrelate.
Thanks very much, Chantal. And in fact, it's so interesting to hear this because I think you have, amongst all of you, you've outlined both the potential and the limitations of, on the one hand, the multi-stakeholder commitment to an interoperable, available, free and open internet, and also of international law. And maybe this is, where the IGF and this best practice forum comes in, is to explore whether, in fact, by looking at both and working with both together, you could perhaps fill some of the gaps and strengthen some of the weaknesses that exist in each of these dimensions, with the goal of ensuring availability, accessibility, and protection. But we don't have a lot of time left. We are going to come back, and I'm going to ask all of you, and you too, Jalal, to talk about what you would like this BPF to do, whether we should modify the problem statement. But now first I'm opening to participants. Wim, is there anyone online who has a question, who wants to make a comment? We have some people in the room. Please do participate. We really need your participation, not just today, but also remember this is an open and inclusive process. Every one of you, online and in the room, can join this work and participate in it. Shall we start over there? Milton, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Milton Mueller. I'm a professor at Georgia Tech and director of the Internet Governance Project. So I want to take up something that Pablo said and something that Madeline said. But I think part of the problem I have with the direction they went goes to Dennis's bad definition of the public core, right? So I think he got some things right. And if you're talking about the IANA registries, you're talking about the protocol level, you're talking about layer 3 and above, then you're talking about a global public core of internet resources. When you talk about physical layer, it is neither, most of the time it is neither public nor core, in the sense that all physical facilities, all cables are local in some sense, territorial, and do not, you can knock a cable out over here, it does not affect the global internet. So that is, to my mind, the answer to Madeline's question, which is, why did the multi-stakeholder community not deal with the destruction of physical infrastructure as opposed to the Ukraine situation? Well, it's because the multi-stakeholder community, by which we, I hope, mean the internet institutions, the non-state actor-based, they have no authority over the physical infrastructure. They have no authority over the ability of the Israeli military to destroy things, right? And I wish we did, but we ain't going to get that authority anytime soon. Whereas we do, and this is one of the reasons why I'm a big supporter of the internet institutions, is that we have removed the IANA registries from the control of nation states. And so that gets me to Pablo, which is like, Pablo, be careful what you wish for. You ask for positive protection for the internet institutions, like where is that going to come from? I can see, just to use a particular nation-state example, I can see the United States saying, we're going to protect the internet institutions by taking them over and incorporating them into our jurisdiction, because otherwise they might be threatened. In fact, that was the argument that was made against the IANA transition, if you recall the congressional debates of 2016. So we got it out, we got it free. Non-interference is what you want, non-interference. Please stick to that principle.
Thanks, Milton. Just one clarification, Milton. When we talk about the internet multi-stakeholder community, we're using the IGF definition, which is everyone, private sector actors, local authorities, civil society organizations. We're not just talking about those institutions that are established as multi-stakeholder governance institutions. So we have a much broader definition. Next, please, Edmond, go ahead. Anyone online yet? No.
Edmund Chung from .Asia. A little bit picking up what Milton said, but slightly different. I guess, of course, the global multi-stakeholder community wouldn't be dealing with those issues, but the question posed earlier was whether the multi-stakeholder governance institutions can respond to some of those challenges. I think it is yes. If you look at the Ukraine situation, I think I can respond it well. If you look at the Afrinic situation, the same threat was posed to APNIC, right? And APNIC, the multi-stakeholder model at APNIC responded well. When it was posed to Afrinic, it was a little bit, it was before this wave of challenges, and we are still stuck in that particular situation. The bigger question I think should be asked is how we build up the multi-stakeholder model to respond to these challenges. Of course, we're not talking about bombs and stuff, but the internet continuing to operate. That's what we're talking about, and I think we can. The question is how we strengthen it and build it further up. Yeah. Both the governance component and the operations.
Yeah. Thanks, Edmund. No other responses. I think, yes, let's hear your responses to that. And I think also Milton's question, even assuming one agrees with Milton's definition, is that good enough? Do we want to keep it that way? Is that status quo, the status quo we want to maintain, or do we need to think of adjusting it? So I think we have about 15 minutes later. Let's have a quick round of responses, and then please, let's hear more from you as well. Pablo, you go, and then Dennis.
Well, we have practiced this before, so as always, Milton, your provocation is welcome and necessary. And I think you caught the gist of the problem or the conundrum that we're facing. I was very careful not to suggest state actor interference. And something that is very clear in this discussion is that there are times that some things need to be, someone needs to come to the rescue, right? And I'm very much against the solution that is single state. I'm very much against a multilateral or intergovernmental solution, that's for sure. We agree on that. And I think we agreed on that in the work that Madeline, Dennis, and Henriette have been thinking. But I'm very much in agreement with better leadership and assertiveness and imagining solutions. And I think that is exactly the purpose of the discussion of positive measures. The solution, I don't know, but I think we have the intellectual capital. We should have the intellectual capital to say, in these cases, things have gone wrong. And what is it that we're going to do as a multi-stakeholder community and when institutions fail? Of course, you can say, do not open the Pandora box. And we have talked a lot about, should we open the Pandora box? Should we not open the Pandora box? Is this dangerous or not dangerous? And you're right to say, well, keep it closed. I'm suggesting, let's discuss.
Let's open it. Dennis.
Maybe a few points. I mean, Milton is right in the sense that the protocols are the most pure in the sense of a pure public good, right? They're not territorial in any sense. You wrote it in 2019, I wrote the same, so that's where we agree. The other thing is, when you look at infrastructure, you're right. All infrastructure in the end is somewhere within territorial sovereignty, right? That is absolutely a given. That is also why it is a norm of restraint, right? That is the reason why you formulate this in a sense, okay, that infrastructure may be on the territory of a certain state. That does not necessarily mean that in a legal sense, yes, they have jurisdiction over all that infrastructure. But we have to take into consideration that because it is a joined-up system, because it is a system of systems, if you do certain things, it will have transboundary effects, right? Is it within every country's legal remit to do things that have transboundary effects? Strictly speaking, yes. But there's also due diligence obligations. I know Americans are not fond of due diligence obligations, but they are there. There's also ideas of transboundary harm. There's also ideas of do no harm principles. For example, I use the example more often. If you look at rivers, right? Nobody disputes that the river Rhine goes through Germany and it comes to the Netherlands, etc., right? So there is territorial jurisdiction. However, if you dump something in Germany, it's going to end up in the Netherlands. So there is an idea that, okay, maybe it's not just within territorial sovereignty, there's transboundary effects, and the internet sort of has a certain flow in that sense as well, right? So that's what I would like, and that's one of the reasons why we talk about a norm of restraint. The last thing is to say, okay, if you move these things to a multilateral institution, you get a different governance. I totally agree. But they are already in a jurisdiction now, right? Afrinic is in the jurisdiction of Mauritius. That has consequences. ICANN is in the jurisdiction of the United States. That has consequences. So it's not like they're outside of jurisdiction at the organizational level. The protocols, yes, they are not territorial in any sense, but the organizations, in the end, are also within a jurisdiction. There's no way around it. There will always be a jurisdiction.
Any other questions from the floor? Or I think then let's now go back to our panel, and if anybody in the room wants to make a suggestion. Oh, there is someone there. Please, we have a voice from Norway. I'm very happy to hear that. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Julian Sildenanglo, Norwegian guy. I am in the private sector and also a ham radio operator and a software engineer. So this is more of a technical thing than a policy thing, but I think what would help a lot in emergency situations and actively disrupted areas is if there was more policy towards enforcing mesh technologies into phones, having phones be able to talk to each other, and then if one of them has access to the internet, send low bandwidth information, because you don't really need, in an emergency situation, much more than text. Like, you need to be able to send to one person, hey, I'm healthy, I'm not, but just for emergency usage.
Thanks very, very much for that. So to the panel, to everyone, and maybe we can start with Pablo, and then we'll go on to and end with you, Jalal. Listening to this, and based on the problem statement, the feedback that we've had on the problem statement, what would you like to see? What do you think will be useful work for this best practice forum to do, to explore, to develop, to research, to bring people together around going forward? Pablo.
Well, I think the current report triggered this discussion, and this discussion has a lot of questions to answer. So I'm in favor to continue to work on these questions. I'm also conscious about what Milton says. I mean, opening the Pandora's box, particularly in an environment that, as our colleague said, is not very much in favor of rule-based or international cooperation or things like that. I mean, is this the right time or it's not the right time? I'm conscious about it. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be worried. and that's, I guess, the work that is happening, whether we can have some more imagination.
And Pablo, just a quick follow-up question. You've been working with the Marconi Society on exploring internet resilience as a concept and as a process. Do you see this work as being relevant to or overlapping in some way with the notion of internet resilience?
Entirely, and I really would love you to refer to the video of yesterday's conversation, because it has a huge intersection in terms of what could go wrong and how can we take preventative measures and risk mitigation issues, and who is responsible to fund and invest on those preventative issues that allow us to have a resilience mindset. And this is, again, not only in the infrastructure, which is privately owned and difficult to regulate, but still has a lot of interdependencies. And we have to cover for those interdependencies one way or another. And that's kind of the work that we're doing in the Marconi Society by triggering this discussion, as we did yesterday. 139 is the keyword. Just look for it and watch the video.
Thanks, Pablo. Marwa, do you have suggestions?
I do, and I want to bring the conversation back to the people. People on the ground who are impacted by shutdowns. And actually, as we speak, Palestinian telecommunications companies has warned that they are going to face yet another complete blackout because they are simply running out of fuel. So my question is here, and that's the question that also communities ask us as civil society: how can we get connected to the internet? We need it. It's a lifeline. It's a life-saving tool. And here, unfortunately, of course, we can advocate And we can issue public letters and statements that go into this wild universe. We don't know even who's reading them, saying this is a warning sign, we need to act together. We can, again, time and time again, highlight the detrimental impact of internet shutdowns and how they violate IHL, how they violate human rights. But we can, in some cases, also provide eSIM cards, foreign SIM cards, cross-border connectivity, but those often are unsustainable solutions, and they tend to come to small pockets of individuals, such as journalists and human rights defenders. Engaging with the UN telecommunications or emergency telecommunications cluster, they do vital and important work, but their mission is restricted to providing connectivity to humanitarian actors and not to the wider population. So the question here is, and then again, in some cases, communities are really find themselves, such as in the case of Sudan, having to rely on Starlink. Because they say, okay, we know it's creating new private monopolistic dependencies, which expose already vulnerable populations to further vulnerabilities, because again, we are dependent on the whims of one tech billionaire who can, as in the case of Gaza, thank you, Madeleine, for sharing that, who said, I am not going to provide Starlink to the population in Gaza, because the Israeli Minister of Communications tweeted, don't you dare. And he also threatened to withdraw Starlink from Sudan, even though it wasn't licensed then, and from Ukraine. So that's also not an alternative solution to us. What I think we really need right now is a multi-stakeholder mechanism where we can go to states, technical community, private actors, private telecommunications companies, and civil society to say, there is a crisis in X country, we need funding, we need political leverage sometimes on political or on warring parties to let repair equipment in. And also, finally, I also totally agree with the point you raised, Pablo, and that's something I have been thinking quite a lot about in the context of Gaza and Syria, is that we need to also think beyond this rapid response or emergency response, because armed conflict is very cyclical in nature. Armed conflicts are becoming increasingly intractable, thank you. And they're having an open-ended nature, which means that when we're talking about the collapse and the disintegration of telecommunications at an infrastructural level, how can we ensure that such a mechanism can provide the rebuilding of resilient and independent infrastructure? In the context of Gaza, some telecommunications companies from previous rounds of war, I'm sorry, just to wrap up, said, okay, we're going to run out of fuel, so we will have emergency batteries. They never expected that there will be an unfolding genocide for a year and a half. So these are some examples where we can think at a technical level, how can we build resilient solutions to prevent and to help communities get connected once internet becomes a weapon of war.
Thanks, Marwa. And that's an excellent, concrete, multi-stakeholder solution we can explore. Chantal, you've got less than a minute each. Sorry.
I will have 20 seconds. Yeah, I think also, again, establishing the missing link between the different communities. I've been talking about internet shutdowns for a long time. I've, never been on the same panel as you, who look at it from a very different perspective, and I think it's incomplete if we don't have this conversation. And also, plus one to what Marwa said, I think also the role of corporate power is an extremely important element in all of this that should also be considered as we move forward, and I will pass on.
Thanks. Madeleine?
I'll be super quick because I want to leave time for Jalal. I would just say of my hopes for this in the future is that we can please continue to have difficult conversations and not avoid things that make us uncomfortable. Because I think in the internet governance community, there has been a lot of stuff that's been off the table and somehow sacrosanct for too long. And I don't think that's helpful. I think we need to be able to get together at places like this and talk about the things that are uncomfortable or confronting.
Thanks, Madeleine.
I'll try to be as quick as possible. So yes, be careful what you wish for, but that also sort of supposes that the world hasn't changed, and it has, right? It's a different geopolitical world. It's also a different world in terms of multi-stakeholder community, right? We now have more cables, more redundancy, yay, but we have less companies that actually do the cables. What does that mean for multi-stakeholderism, right? If one of the companies If one of those people is gaining in power, companies wading into the Ukraine conflict without being asked, companies doing certain things or not doing certain things because they're asked by governments. It is a different world out there, and that has an impact on how we can look at these things and what we can and cannot do.
Thanks, Jalal. And Jalal, you are with us, actually, almost not with us as a result of what we are talking about. So what would you like us to do?
Indeed. Thanks for this conversation. I want to stress on my colleagues and on the panel, the points made are points I support. Of course, there are gaps when we're doing this proposal, like enforceable norms are lacking. There is no emergency protocols for protecting this essential digital infrastructure. And of course, we're seeing connectivity being weaponized, not just disrupted unintentionally. So there has to be consideration for how can we empower other actors, like local actors, civil society, technically and diplomatically, to respond to the blackouts and explore emergency connectivity pathways, satellite or community networks to see how they can be deployed in such situations when access is denied. And of course, to the point of my fellow colleagues, I'm supporting them, and thanks for the time.
Thanks very much, Jalal. Our time is up, and I'm sorry we couldn't give the floor to everyone. We will have an online webinar. I think, Wim, it will be in the first half of July, where we are going to continue this discussion. We'll invite other IGF workshops, because actually some dealt with undersea cables, some dealt with resilience, some dealt with conflict and human rights. We'll bring them together, and we will then consolidate all the feedback and input and develop the agenda. So anyone who wants to join this BPF, Wim, just stand up so they can see you. Wim, who opened the session for us. I think Valeria is there as well from APC. Please just drop your email or find out how you can join. Thank you very much, everyone. I think it was extremely rich. I think we got a lot. Thanks.
So there.
Right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on OpenAI to catalyze digital economy in Africa. I urge the few scattered people in the room to come and join us in the front. Maybe we can make more of a conversation of this. And thank you for staying for this last session on the second last day. I know it's been very intensive, but we'd like to have this important conversation. We've got these great panelists with us. So let's begin. We've also got Stella online, who's going to do the content moderation. We've got Kojo Bokwe, who's the VP of Public Policy, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey for Meta. We have Dr. Tobias Thiel, who's the director for the GIZ for the African Union. I'm not going to do my bad German on that. It'll have to do. And we've got Adil Suleiman from the African Union, senior policy advisor, I believe, as I remember, in the Information Society Division 2, I believe. So thank you, Adil, also for stepping in for the African Union here. And then, of course, we also have Barbara Glover online, who's the Program Officer of the African Union's high-level panel on emerging technologies and has been centrally involved with the development of AI policy on the continent. So thank you, Barbara, for joining us, I believe, from Johannesburg. I'm going to start by just asking you all, before we get into the issues of what AI can do for SMMEs and for the digital economy in Africa, to tell us what you understand by this rather controversial, I think it used to be a kind of accepted good, but what do you understand by OpenAI before we try and look at what it can do for Africa? Kojo, you want to give us a run at that?
Yeah, I can try, and then I may attempt to reframe it slightly. But first of all, I'd like to say a huge thanks to the government of Norway putting on another wonderful IGF, as well as many of the support staff from what I assume is the Nova Spectrum team. And then Alison did a wonderful job of introducing the three of us, myself and my two learned colleagues, but also, hopefully, many of you know Alison Gilwald, the work of Research ICT Africa, the impact it has had on policymaking, not only on the continent that is most close to my heart, but globally as well. So give her plaudits. I hope you'd already read the bio.
Thank you so much, Kojo. I think this is the second panel I failed to introduce myself. It's not because I expect everybody to, to know me. It's just getting onto these interesting topics.
So I think the question was, as you posed it, was what was the impact that open AI may have on Africa? And my colleague,
No, I'm actually asking you a question before that.
Okay.
I'm asking you, what do you understand as Meta, in your role as Meta?
Yeah.
How do you define, how do you understand open AI?
So I would reframe it more as open source AI rather than open AI, because otherwise my competitors at open AI would be delighted that I'm going to wax lyrical about them rather than ourselves. So I understand it as a huge opportunity for the continent first and foremost. I'm not going to get into the kind of technical parameters. Anyone who's been in the conference over the last 4 days will understand there are closed models and open models, and they're on a spectrum, some more closed than others, and Meta has gone a long way since 2023 to put open source models, our Llama models, in the hands of entrepreneurs, NGOs, governments, researchers, academics, anybody who wants to use OpenAI, open source AI, you've got me now, Alison. Open source AI in a way to resolve their issues, meet their commercial goals, meet their public sector goals, all kinds of stuff. What I understand most is the opportunity in front of us. So there was a chap here from one of our fellow tech companies, Microsoft, who put on this history of technological revolution. The cotton ginny from the Industrial Revolution wasn't there, but a number of things were. The combustion engine, a few other things, this timeline. And I've always been struck by this as I think about open source and the fact that we are putting it in hands of people, the fact that the Llama models have been downloaded more than 1 billion times now, that at each of those stages, the continent that is closest to my heart and beyond, the region I look after, Africa, Middle East, and Turkey, probably weren't at the forefront of those technical revolutions, whether it was land, labor, capital, technical devices in the hands of people. You and I have been working on mobile telephony and internet for a very long time. And we've always felt to be behind the curve a little bit, with all due respect. This feels as though, despite the fact that major big tech companies appear to be driving it, at least on behalf of Meta, this feels as though we are presenting an opportunity through open source AI to put those technical tools in the hands of those who probably most need them. This idea of catching up through mobile telephone or catching up by putting the internet into people's hands has worked to an extent. But because we've been behind the curve, we probably haven't seen the impact we'd like to see. I think open source presents an incredible opportunity to do that. If we get, and as we'll go on to speak about, policy and regulation and all that kind of stuff right, equity and safety and responsible AI and all of that kind of stuff right, I think it presents, first and foremost, a wonderful opportunity.
Okay, so lots to come back to there. Tobias, why don't you say what either you or what GIZ understands OpenAI to mean?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Alison, for having me. It's really a great pleasure to be part of this critical conversation on the benefits of open source AI. I mean, on your question, I would define it mostly as an opportunity for the continent. I think that's really what captures for me, and also that's the position of GIZ in terms of what's the essence of open source AI, because I think we believe that for digital transformation to be truly inclusive and developmental, it really needs to be open. It needs to be openly sourced, and that means there needs to be open access, there needs to be open infrastructure, and there needs to be open innovation. And I think that really captures the spirit. It's of course part of the principles for digital development, and I think an essential part really if we want to leverage the opportunities for the African continent and beyond.
Thank you so much. Barbara, I'm going to ask you to help us. by saying we've been told open source AI is an opportunity. I think both have qualified by saying they're talking about open source AI. But perhaps you can help us by telling us, what is closed AI and what is open AI? Why should we be excited about open AI?
Yeah, thank you, Alison, and thank you to all the organizers for this event. I think that open source AI presents immense opportunities, at least for the African continent. We are looking at opportunities where our young innovators that we work with, who ordinarily will not be able to have the costs or the funds needed to, get proprietary software when it comes to AI innovations, have that opportunity to still build AI models and tools. I'll give a good example of the work, for instance, we're doing with Meta on the MSMEs and how we can utilize some of these e-learner platforms to offer our young innovators with the opportunity to also be in the AI ecosystem and develop their tools and software building on this. The closed source AI option would be one that would require a certain level of investment that for low or middle income countries will be something that the average young innovator will not be able to afford. For instance, when you look into some of the repositories in GitHub related to machine learning and AI, you would see a breadth of resources that are being useful to our young people that help them to develop the tools, whether it has to do with AI applications in healthcare, AI applications in African local languages. They have that opportunity or that leapfrog to be able to develop tools that are needed to address present challenges. So I do see open source AI as a great opportunity that we should be leveraging.
Thanks so much, Barbara. Adil, maybe you can just build on that by telling us what role OpenAI or how AI fits into the African Union's continental AI strategy.
Thank you very much, Alison. I think this is a very pertinent question because you need to know what is it so that you can tackle it correctly. But if you don't know the definition, so I'm wearing my policy hat, so I'm not going to give you a technical definition. But as my colleague said, it's an opportunity for Africa. Particularly, Africa is trying to achieve its Agenda 2063 agenda. And we see it as an enabler to achieve this agenda in light of the recent AI strategy that we've developed. I think, as mentioned by our sister here, that is the closed AI is very expensive. For Africa, of course, we are resource limited. So if OpenAI is going to be good for Africa, we have use dividend that we can use, entrepreneurs who can be engaged in the OpenAI. There is transparency where community can work together to build systems, OpenAI systems, and I think that's also an opportunity. We are aware of the challenges of OpenAI, in terms of security, in terms of intellectual properties issues, but I think the benefits outweigh these issues. And as mentioned by the first speaker, that I think the policy, our role is to make it to provide the conducive environment for the African youth, the entrepreneurs, so that they can use it safely, and then we can scale up AI across the continent. I think also it's also an opportunity to have an Africa we want in terms of AI. So it's an African-led AI. I think we have islands of excellence across Africa where countries like they're excelling in certain aspects of open source AI. We can leverage all this area of excellences in terms of infrastructure, in terms of capacity, in terms of systems and coding and all this technical stuff. So together, I think we can build something really huge and fantastic towards the realization of the AI strategy. By the way, one of its goals is to, for the socio-economic development and then enabling the attainment of the Agenda 2063, but also for inclusivity, so that everybody is going to be part of this journey, it's got about this undertaking. And I think since it's cheap, it's available, and I think that then Africa can make the best out of this technology and systems so that we can leapfrog into the 21st century. Thank you.
So Adil and in fact Tobias and Kojo too, and I think probably the way that Barbara expressed that, it's kind of implied in what you said. But I mean, you've all spoken about these opportunities, and you've all indicated that there are challenges in seeing these benefits. I mean, currently, as applied with some of these things, initiatives that you're trying to do on the continent, who can be beneficiaries? We've got over half the population of the continent who are not connected to the internet. We've got a dearth, we've got fantastic, brilliant data scientists. They lack access to data, they lack access to computing power. And we certainly don't have the capabilities in the public sector, large parts of the private sector. And certainly not in most of the SMMEs that you're about to talk about. Which are much higher percentages. 75% are actually informal, above 75% probably are informal sector. And even if they have access to the internet, they're not using it for internet purposes and those sort of things. They have a smart device, and many of them don't. So, how do we get to this opportunity that you've been speaking about from where we are now?
So
just let Adil just finish that, because he raised the inclusion thing, and then I'm going to come to you.
Yeah, I think it's a very pertinent question, by the way, and it's valid not only for AI, for everything we do on digital. We have this, we lack fundamentals. We have to work on the fundamentals on the digital space. But to me, what I see the opportunity, the issue we're going to face when we do scaling. When you scale the systems, I think you will face this issue because you don't have connectivity, but you can build the focus point of AI in the cities, like when you start building this center of excellences in the cities where you have connectivity. And I think, yes, we're going to face the issue of scaling when we come to launching AI in the rural, remote areas and things like that. But of course, there is also, in terms of infrastructure, where we can, deploy DPIs and then maybe community-led solution instead of having AI deployed, all the benefit of AI deployed across the board. Like, I give you example. For instance, in the Agenda 2063, we are focusing on education, health, right, fintech, and agriculture, right? So we see the communities where, like, for instance, we need to focus more on agriculture. So then we tailor our solution. Connectivity is going to be part of the equation, but then we are going to be solution-based. We talk to our international partner, to the government, to the private sectors, researchers, and then entrepreneurs, and then even the company, big tech company, so that all together we join hands. And I think part of the deployment of these solutions is going to be the fundamentals, like the issue you mentioned, which is, of course, we are facing across the board. But these fundamentals are going to be embedded in the solution that we provided, like if it's education, if it's health services that we are going to provide, and so forth. I know it's not easy, but of course, this fundamental, of course, is going to be a big issue. I think the questions in front of us, whether to first work on the fundamentals and then do AI, or do them in parallel.
And I think we don't have options. You know, we have to do everything at the same time, which is always our challenge in every area. But just before Kojo comes in, so we know that the major problem for digital inclusion is not just connectivity. We've got most of the continent covered, and we've still got these very, very low penetration rates, especially in least developed countries. So this really presents a skill in terms of having the skills in order to become representative in these databases and things like that. So I think it's a bigger challenge than connectivity. It's this big human development challenge that we have to address at the same time. And maybe AI can help us with that. But you're speaking specifically about the digital economy and using AI to catalyze the digital economy in this session. So, Kojo, why don't you tell us what Meta's vision is in this regard?
So I'll do that as I attempt to answer that other question as well, which I think you rightfully put, because all four panelists, and I wish there was a fifth, who was less enthusiastic about open source AI, because I think that might make an even more interesting conversation. But I think the question you then put was, and that I felt you were putting was, there's great opportunity in front of us. How do we make sure the millions of people who aren't, that it happens? And I think Adele's right. There needs to be this continued investment in connectivity. I still believe that's an issue. You might talk about mobile coverage being extensive and people...
I think it's the human skills to use the internet.
I agree, so I'm going to touch on that as well. I still think there's work we need to do, and as Meta we have done, on subsea cables and the capacity to take things internationally and across the continent that's so important if we need to get the price point to where it is completely affordable. And my colleagues, I sit on the board of the GDIP with Sonia George and many others that you know, which are still looking at affordability and inclusion, and it's still a challenge. And I think investments like the To Africa cable that Meta has invested in, the first cable to link west to East Africa, or if you're East African, East to West Africa, whatever way you like, around circumventing or going around Southern Africa the first time, helps with that, as do investments by other companies who, for this purpose, will remain nameless, but you can, Google have done some fantastic work there as well, so not so nameless. You then need to start thinking about the kind of investment. It's not a build and they will come. It's been downloaded 1 billion times, but we've also done work since 2023 to catalyze usage. So our Llama Impact Grants were a fantastic initiative launched in 2023. Thousands of applications for these grants, between 50 and 200,000. And 2 of the winners of that impact grant were African players, Digital Green and Jacaranda Health, who have gone on to do fantastic work to resolve some of the issues that are most important. So Digital Green does information to farmers through SMS in rural areas built on Llama, helping revolutionize yields and farming outcomes. Jacaranda Health does work with maternal health, with women having children, post and pre, and improving outcomes. Those sorts of things help. At the same time, our team has just launched, closing tomorrow, if you have time, do apply, the Accelerator Grant for Llama as well, which is giving NGOs, commercial players, mentors, or potential commercial players, mentors and support to use these technologies to meet these goals. And I think that's the part of the way to go in there. Continued investment in connectivity, efforts to bring down the cost of devices. I saw Dr. Indemo in the halls earlier, and I'm still call him a mentor of mine, in part because of the effort he made in Kenya to take the price of the tax on mobile devices off, and then you see penetration, not rocket science, penetration jump by 200,000. We need vision and initiatives like that. You need training programs like the ones I've mentioned, impact grants, accelerator grants. But at the same time, and something that we're beginning to focus on, is how do you help governments? I travel across Africa, Middle East, and Turkey. I see the government of Turkey are doing things, UAE and KSA doing amazing things, Ethiopia doing amazing things, Bosun, the minister from Nigeria, was here. They've bought chips themselves and are starting to use Llama as well. How can companies like ours work with governments to get them to use it as well? And I think that creates a multiplier effect. If you have countries in which some may argue the social contract between government and people has broken down completely, and you give governments the opportunity through Llama to try and revolutionize the judiciary, education systems, health systems, etc. Those people who may not be able to use Llama, who don't want to code on Llama, but just want the benefit of it, have access to some of the benefits of it. Finally, Alison, because I know I've taken a bit of time, the other thing that we feel is super important in part to give people access, in part, in my view, to dispel this concern about the risks of AI, which are valid and we need to work on them, is to get it on people's devices. Amongst the first countries in the world to see Meta AI, and I know there are other apps that many people use, but Meta AI on people's devices were places like Ghana and Nigeria, where we embedded it in WhatsApp and Facebook to give people access and to give people an opportunity to use what is at the moment a very basic form of AI. You ask, what's Kojo actually talking about today? And it might. I'm not that famous.
But it even comes even if you don't ask it. You get it anyway.
And we're trying to ward against that. Hopefully you can lock it down. But giving people access to it is going to be super important and helping them resolve issues. So if you're in Ghana or you're in Nigeria, where uptake has been fantastic and retention has been fantastic, we're seeing young Africans, young, old, middle-aged Africans using AI and clearly gaining benefit from having access as well. So it's those investments, it's that vision, it's executing along the whole, if you want to call it a value chain, but along every area that's important to making sure the opportunities that all four of us have spoken about actually come to fruition.
So Kojo, I'm going to go very quickly after this to hear some more of the possibilities, use cases, the interesting things that we can catalyze AI. Get AI to catalyze the economy. But the things you've been speaking about would enable the economy, get people actually using this technology in their daily lives, and those who are connected and online and meaningfully online. But a lot of the critique has been about the embedding of these systems in our local systems, and so we become locked into these. I mean, Adele was speaking about deployment of DPIs and the obviously enormous potential for AI in producing, making those more effective, efficient. But the danger, of course, there is that although people, data scientists who are using Llama say that there's a kind of front-end openness to it, but there's actually not a back-end openness to this that would allow them to be developing stuff that they can build on independently and pass on. So just to respond, because I think that is what some people would regard as a risk, is that you actually, these big tech systems are now embedded in your local public sector, your social systems, everything else.
So couple of things. If I understand your question correctly, I think we want to give people control over their use of Meta AI within their apps. So
users.
Yeah, users.
Data scientists.
When it comes to data scientists and researchers who download and use Llama, I think they will argue that the weights we share, and I think with Llama 4, I wish I was an engineer here, but with Llama 4, we've shared more information than ever before in terms of transparency. One of the major benefits of open source than ever before will give them control. The ability to fine-tune, the ability to assess the data that we share, that we use to train the model, is pretty open. I think I started my intervention with the first question by suggesting there is no binary open and closed. I think there are models that will be deemed closed, far more closed. We believe our model is open, fine-tunable, trainable, and adaptable. And I think in part the feedback we get from the community, some better than others most of the time, but the feedback we got from the Llama 4 wasn't great initially, but has improved. The feedback we get from the community not only helps us create a better model next time, but is also evidence of the fact that the data science community, the people who don't just want to use AI, but want to train it and fine-tune it and all those kind of things, are actually see a lot of benefit from doing it. So I push back slightly on that.
Okay, we'll come back.
Yeah.
Let's give Tobias a chance. Tobias, I mean, maybe just also because I saw you were nodding to some of these. What is GIZ doing in terms of developing more sort of organic, maybe indigenous, or enabling people to be able to respond to these open source AI options that are becoming available?
Yeah, so I would say in the first place, GIZ, of course, approaches the issue of AI primarily from a developmental angle and not from a commercial one. So as a development agency, we don't pursue any economic profit sort of objectives. And we have quite a vast digital portfolio on the continent. I mean, whether at the continental level with our friends from the African Union, whether with the regional economic communities, bilaterally down to the community level. And perhaps one interesting case that we have an initiative called Fair Forward, Artificial Intelligence for All, and there we're basically working to really build inclusive AI ecosystems. So we partner up there with a lot of local organizations for initiatives like the Lacuna Fund or the Open for Good Alliance to address one of the, I would say, most major AI gaps in the global south, which is data. Mm-hmm. And so what we do, we help local researchers and innovators to create high-level or high-quality labeled and localized data sets. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, the data is the backbone that really matters. And the idea is then to use these data sets to tackle real-world challenges in sectors such as agriculture, energy, education, health. I mean, basically across the board of the sectors that we work. And maybe to make it a bit more tangible, I think a few examples of how we do that, where we really try to create a value added for local communities is there, for example, AI is used through picture recognition for local farmers, where you can take a picture of a plant and diagnose sort of pests and develop adequate responses, or satellite data that's being analyzed by AI to identify good places to build local renewable energy in communities that are not electrified, which then will also have a positive impact on the community overall. Perhaps another important part of this program, of this initiative, is language. Language is really a core pillar, and there we work with Mozilla's Common Voice, and we basically support the co-creation of open speech data sets in also languages that usually are not covered. I mean, we know there are thousands of different languages on the continent. So one particular case, we work on Kiswahili and Luganda, both Bantu languages that are undercovered basically in commercial AI systems to make them more inclusive. We also work with a project called AI Made in Africa, where we try to make existing data available to researchers and innovators so that they can really create solutions that's African solutions for African problems, actually, which is one of the mottos of the AU. I still think it's important, though, to recognize that there's a bigger picture here, and I think that what we do in terms of access is important, but it's also not enough. I mean, I think when we see what has been discussed here in the various panels that we had this week, there are really a lot of challenges, and you mentioned also initially that we can't do only one thing and wait for the other, but we need to tackle these challenges simultaneously. And I think beyond data access, I think there's also an issue in terms of digital literacy. I think we need to build stronger digital literacy, tailored capacity building, and that both for regulators but also for innovators. I also believe that it's important to ensure that any AI tools have a proper maintenance strategy, that they're improved, maintained, and secured in the long term. And I think that's also where open source governance can play an important role. And lastly, and I think that's really perhaps one of them, probably the most challenging point, is that I think we need alliances to really develop shared computing infrastructure. And that's because that's really the most resource-intensive part, especially in underserved regions. So, yeah, I think we have to be also a bit realistic in terms of what open source AI can do. I think it's not a silver bullet either. I mean, it has some potential for leapfrogging, but at the same time, if we're really realistic, I think we have to recognize that it cannot fully fix the inequalities, the geo-economic inequalities between the global north and south. I mean, there are simply some hard facts in terms of GDP, in terms of market sizes and so on that I'm sure you know much better than me, but what kind of considerations go into that. But despite this, I really believe that open source AI can make a difference if we connect the dots. I think it's the best shot we have to really support leapfrogging for the continent.
Thanks very much, Tobias. Adil, maybe just sort of building on that, we've got the AI continental strategy in place, and you've said that the open AI or open source AI is a principle behind it. But a lot of the challenges at the moment lie around the implementation of that. I think we have, a scattering of different AI blueprints, things that have come at different times, doing different things, representing different interests. A lot of them, other than the continental strategy, foreign funded, foreign driven, different agendas on those. How do we ensure that we begin to get the framework, and I think with the continental data framework, data policy framework, we do have some of the governance underpinnings for that, but how do we extend that implementation so that this enabling environment for that can manage the risk, that can enable local entrepreneurs, local scientists to use open source for in the public interest or for Africa?
Sure. I think we are working on another framework for open source data. And it's going to be reviewed and considered by the ministers by the end of the year, early November. And also we are also drafting an implementation strategy, and M&E also part of this implementation strategy. Same is going to be also looked at during the ministerial meeting end of this year. So I think we are not, at the Commission, we are not addressing open AI as such, but they are doing all the homework, all the enabling environment for open AI, so that when it's being recognized and it's being launched, then everything is fundamental is there to be able to make sure that we launch it safely and also with all the barriers removed. I think originally, I think you raised a very good point about the fact that we need to make sure that when we do open AI in general and specifically open source AI, we need to make sure that the AU Agenda 2063 and the AI strategy is talking about the Africa Africa first, and all that, and the sovereignty of Africa. I think we need to make sure that these solutions are not going to be to cause us more problem than benefits. I think OpenAI give us this opportunity so that we are going to be doing things within Africa and making sure that we don't repeat the experience of the social media and all that, because we didn't have control over this all this new technology coming to Africa. And I think for me the metric would be if the African government and the African communities, the African families, they can control what part of AI they want to take and what part of AI they don't want to consider, because otherwise then you lose your sovereignty. And I think one way is to do it at home, even though it's going to be difficult, but you have to do it locally so that you can control what aspect of AI, because there is also a cultural and tradition aspect of it, because the culture in the West is not the same as the culture in Africa. So we just need to make sure that when we build it, so we build it the way that is going to satisfy all this requirement in terms of the cultural and in terms of the tradition and so forth. So I think for me, as I said, the metric, like in my family, do I have control what kind of AI systems and applications that is going to be in my family, or we don't have? As a country, do I have control what aspect of AI I want to use and what aspect of AI I don't want to use? If I fail that, I think we failed in terms of, the Africa we want and all the technology we want.
Okay, maybe it's a question we can get an answer to from the floor. Do we have control from countries, from a sovereignty point of view? Do we have control over what AI is coming into our countries?
And what's the risk of control? Sometimes there's a couple of things.
Absolutely.
There's a couple
can we just get Barbara? Can we get Barbara into that, because we'll come back to that, because I think we actually are getting onto some of the risks and some of the risks of control, which you've identified as well. Barbara, you're working with scientists and maybe scientists who are also working as entrepreneurs, actually, with startups and various things. So just speak about, is OpenAI seen, or open source AI seen as this sort of fabulous opportunity? Because I think a lot of these, you've spoken about them yourself with your partnerships with Meta, and how people have responded to these. And what feedback do you get? Because I do know you've dealt with data scientists who are often feeling sort of squeezed out of, for example, large local language modeling, because the data and that translation, all the technology already exists, with Google or AWS, or somebody can come in and do something very quickly, and that actually local scientists could do if they were given the opportunities and things to do that. So just in the context of open source AI, just speak about some of the positive and possibly negative things if you do come across them.
So thank you for that. I think that I'll start with the negative and end with the good. In terms of OpenAI, I think one of the raising concerns has been trust, just trust in the OpenAI system, and the need for more understanding of what that means, and getting more young innovators to be interested, or the scientists and the data scientists that we work with. And I think also OpenAI cannot thrive if there isn't effective data harmonization or policies even that encourage sharing of data. So I wouldn't want to name, but there are some innovators, for instance, that have approached certain bodies to get some data that can feed into the work that they're doing. But even though there are policies that support this, they are not able to access that data because the data harmonization frameworks are not being implemented as effectively as it should be. And so then they get frustrated in that there is open source data on paper, but it's not being seen on ground. But one thing that highlights the positives of us looking more and more at open source AI approaches is the fact that I don't know how many people in the room read the article that New York Times released, I think, a week ago, looking at the location of data centers across the globe. So you see so many of the places had blue dots all over, and then you come to Africa and it's just a streak down there in South Africa. These are realities. So Africa probably won't be a leader in high performance computing. It won't be a leader perhaps in data center location from what is currently being seen, or even in cloud infrastructure. So we need to look then at what is our niche, what is it that we can do better. And I think that these are the opportunities that open source AI provides. It provides our young people with that opportunity to create a niche for Africa in this space, whether it's we have over 60% young population, and these are talented people that are using these IT skills to dance on TikTok. How can they leverage some of that in using it to address real challenges that are happening on the continent? And those are the opportunities that I believe that open source AI provides that we should not miss. We're just wrapping up, for instance, our AI and Health conference here in Cairo, and one of the discussions was on us trying to avoid boiling the ocean, trying to avoid, I've seen more and more in these AI conversations on the continent, yes, African solutions, African people, and the messaging around that. But we also want to look at how realistic some of these ideas are. What is it that we can leverage on Africa, as Africa? What kind of unique niche we have that we can utilize more effectively? And I believe that's where this open source structure provides that opportunity. Our young people don't have to wait for government to catch up on infrastructure, to catch up on supercomputers and all these issues before they can, harness the world of AI. I think it's a great opportunity that we should not be missing. And that's one thing that as African Union Development Agency, we have tried to bring into conversations when we meet with local innovators. What is it that you can do with the now? Realistically, as Africa, yes, we have dreams of how it should look like, but realistically in the settings, what is it that you can leverage? I was listening to a presentation again by Meta where they were showing what has been done, I think in Tanzania, where they're using the Llama platform for malaria elimination efforts. And then the presenter was saying, they didn't even approach Meta to do this. They went ahead, got into the platform, accessed it, and they use it for great stuff. And I thought, this is what we want to see our young people do. And this is what open source AI provides for us. And we should be leveraging these things, address your own problems without necessarily waiting for the great infrastructure that, and the great data centers that other countries may have and that we unfortunately may not have as a continent. We are shaping that conversation more and more. I'm happy to hear from our partner, our colleagues from the African Union Commission that you're developing the open source framework. I think that this is timely. And I think as a development agency, we'll be happy to shape that input and be able to ensure that our young people are leveraging this within the African niche and strengths to be able to harness AI effectively.
Barbara, thanks so much for that. We're going to come to some of the challenges, but I'm also aware of the time, and I know you've also got exciting initiatives that you want to speak about that are going to catalyze the digital economy in Africa. But before we can go into the risks and straight on to the opportunities that you want to speak about. But I thought if we could quickly just see if there's some questions from the room before we go into the next section. Or Christelle, if we've got any questions online.
I think there's a question there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Osei Keja from Ghana. I would like to ask two questions. Okay, I'll exercise very to one. The path of AI is sort of path of riches when it comes to Africa. And distinguished panelists have articulated the challenges and all that. But I'm curious, how can Africa, we advance AI and other emerging technologies at a fraction of the billions, the trillions that have been spent in the global north, while still ensuring equity and the long-term health of all these new tools or say new technologies? What current models can be replicated? Okay, let me keep this.
Thank you so much. It's a great question, and hopefully our panel can answer that as we move on to that next section, because I think the question of ensuring, equity, safety, a lot of the things that you were speaking about really speak to this enabling environment we want. So we do want to enable people to be able to use the technologies. We do want to enable investments in these technologies. And it doesn't all have to be large language modeling and generative AI. There are lots of other local AI models and systems that we can be developing. But what are the governance, maybe not regulation, but I think probably regulation and governance frameworks that we need that are both protective but also enabling, that will ensure people have access to open source systems or to be able to deploy those for their other purposes. Kojo, did you want to just, because you started on speaking about the control, but
yeah, I think it's a mix of things, and I thought I was grateful for Osei's question about equity. I wasn't sure whether the question was about when the world is, tech players are investing 65 billion as we are this year, how do you have equity and all kinds of stuff. I think we've kind of spoken to the fact that open source at this point in time with regard to AI and the opportunity in front of us is probably the only way to level the playing field. Certainly at Meta, that's how we see it, by putting models into people's hands, and they don't need to invest 65 billion to create a model that's specific to Kumasi, where both Osei and I are from, that you can fine-tune and build something local for that region to meet that issue. I think that's going to go some way to doing it. I don't think you're ever going to be at a stage, or in the near future, not ever, I don't think you're going to be at a stage in the near future where an African company is going to say, here's 65 billion for 2026 or 2027 to invest in compute. So I don't know if you're going to get equality in that kind of way. I'll stress now. Although I pray and earnestly believe God will answer, at some point in the near future we will have that. On the issue of leveling the playing field for what I'll go back to my bread and butter, policy and regulation. I think there are some obvious and key things that we can do. First of all, we have to be included in the conversation and include ourselves in the conversation. They are ongoing. I was speaking at UNGA in 2023 at Secretary Blinken's event at the time, and we were speaking about everything from responsible AI, the need for red teaming and benchmarking and all of that kind of stuff, which is a conversation that has continued. And that speaks to some of the ways we might drive equity, inclusion in terms of language and all kinds of stuff, which Meta is working on with No Language Left Behind and Africa Next Voices with the Gates Commission, all kinds of stuff, to drive increased equity. But we need to have policymakers included. The reason why I was asking about control, which I hope is linked to this a bit, Alison, is that control can be misinterpreted. I'm a historian. My first degree is African history. My second degree was my master's was development studies, political economy, looking at the history of Africa, how it developed and all kinds of stuff. I appreciate we have to learn from the past and past mistakes. And Adil spoke to the concerns around social media, and that should inform how we look at AI. Completely get it. I respect the office and every government. My view is that they should retain sovereignty and maintain it. I'm on record as saying that now. But I do have concerns when people start speaking about control, because control, for me, negates in some ways, or may, in some jurisdictions and with some governments, negate what I have a bias and believe in, which is the innate ingenuity and brilliance of young Africans, who, if we put these tools in the hands of people right now, will create the solutions. And I've spoken to some of those, whether that be Vax Lama in Nigeria, or Jacaranda Health, or Fundamate in South Africa, now serving 3 million people. These are ideas that were born in the minds of Africans and developed and executed using Llama and AI. And those things, despite having some semblance of control in their policy and regulatory environments, have gone on to do amazing things. So I get it, and I get governments want to understand what's happening and have some control and put policy and regulation in. But I do say we should have caution if we want to grab the full opportunity that this presents. I think we need to have some caution around it.
So perhaps just to quickly pick that up, and then we're coming back to the clever things that are going to be offered to catalyze the economy. But I think when we were talking about control, we were talking about controlling big tech, not the small tech. But just to take that idea, because I think it is an important one. Yep. I think where you don't have democratic human rights, people-centered frameworks, and you've got access to very powerful technology, and you control that access, very bad things can happen. But assuming within normative frameworks, international frameworks that we have, I think particularly in Africa and the work that we are doing within the G20, our first African G20, I think there's a lot of recognition that in fact you do not get equity, you do not get innovation unless you create the conditions for innovation. And unless you actually regulate access to data, you're not going to just get it, or you're not going to get necessarily what you need, unless you access, unless you regulate mechanisms to open up, compute power, these kinds of things. Right. You're not going to get. So I think there's a strong argument I'm completely with you on kind of political control of this is problematic, and it needs constraints and safety nets and all sorts of things. But in order to make this work in Africa, we do have to regulate the conditions that will protect people's harms. But as I said, importantly for this session, but also for Africa, the enabling conditions for this to drive, catalyze the digital economy that we've spoken about. So Adil, just in the continental framework, there's, reference to the kinds of governance that one would require for AI on the continent.
Yeah, I think maybe also I'm going to link it to the answer to the question from the floor. Yes, I think I am optimistic, unlike the questioner, because I think this is an opportunity. Africa can make the best of it. As mentioned by Kojo, I think it's open source AI can maybe level the playing field. And I think some of the policy that we are pushing is like, for instance, we have in terms of open innovation platforms so that everybody will be part of the innovation journey in Africa. I think is important. And on the capacity building, I think we need to have a holistic approach to capacity building. You start from even early education, PhD, and then just make sure that we have it from A to Z. Everybody is well capacitated. At least the community is aware of the pros and cons of AI and how to handle different things. So I think this is also another thing that we could do. Also sharing platforms, infrastructure platforms, so that people can work on AI and innovation. I'm a strong believer in the minds and skills of African, I think, and they're predominantly youth, young people. Young people, they can do wonder if you give them the tools. So I think maybe the next big thing is going to come out of Africa if you go that route. The other thing also, true, if you work individually as a countries, I think maybe you don't go far. We have to work collectively, the African country, because we see like there's some advanced country in Africa who are doing very well in terms of AI, certain aspects. So we need to leverage all this expertise in Africa and just make sure that we work collectively on AI. And that's why I talk about the sovereignty aspect. I'm not talking about the political control, whatever. It's just, you just do things that because we want the Africa we want, right? So we need to work towards that. This is the Africa we want. Like, for instance, we are doing AI for development. We are not doing lethal, we're not going to pursue lethal use of AI. But if you leave it open, it will come to you. And then the world is going to be a disaster. You're going to be uncontrollable, the situation. So that's what I meant when I said, So you have to have some control. You need to do development. You need to have inclusion. You need to have all this, objective that we have under our EU Agenda 2023. So to do that, you need to make sure that is in-house. You do it in-house. Even though you will struggle from the beginning, but I think over time, you will get there.
Yeah. So, Tobias, some of the issues we're talking now, this kind of collective and harmonized frameworks and things, are the things that would provide Africa with the kind of economies of scale and scope that these data and AI kind of markets need. And GIZ's been working with African Union and institutions, regional economic communities on the continent to achieve this. But just, how far are we, and what are the kind of urgent issues now to move that forward? I'll just give you a very quick example. With the African Union Data Policy Framework, we had a whole lot of fantastic principles, including the idea of creating public value, because there was all this public data that we needed to get out there and make available to people, but which, in order to deal with some of these enormous competition challenges and asymmetries of, big tech providers, that we would want, preferential access to open data, to public data, for local entrepreneurs and that kind of thing before it gets gobbled up. But that was completely, prevented by the African Continental Free Trade Area digital protocols, which are kind of cut and paste from WTO, and so trade always trumps everything else. So just in terms of you're working on the continent, you've been supporting these initiatives. There obviously is still a lack of coordination at some level, around these are all African Union initiatives, but we're still in our kind of silos, our digital sector silo and our trade silo, and that. What are the challenges there from supporting this? Agenda 2063, etc., that we all committed to.
Yeah, I mean, maybe before I answer your question, just allow me a few sentences to react on what my peers on the panel said with regards to regulation. I mean, I'm a strong believer that it's really not about control. I think we have there's too much danger in calibrating this wrongly, especially when you see the different types of leadership that you have on the continent or beyond. And I think in that sense, I think it will be easy for us to agree that we need a fair and enabling and risk-conscious and equitable regulation. I think for me, the more important question is actually what is the process to get there. And I think what's really essential there is the need to have really collaborative partnerships where you bring the variety of different perspectives together, and that's the public sector or regional institutions like the African Union, that's the private sector, that's academia, that's civil society, that should also be actually users and beneficiaries perspectives, youth, women, and so I think if we ensure that we have the right process, I think that will really be the way to help us calibrate regulation in a proper way. And I think in that sense, the African Union plays a really important role as a continental norm setter. Yeah? And I think some of the frameworks, you mentioned the AU data policy framework, I think is an extremely important prerequisite. I think the key challenge that I see there is really how do we get this on the ground. I mean, we are working with limited resources. I mean, the program that we have to help domesticate the AU data policy framework has currently requests from 35 different African states to help put this framework, which is unless it's implemented, it's a document that has no value. We have 35 requests of different African countries who want us to support them to implement that, and then it becomes again a question of resources. I think another important aspect also to calibrate regulation well is I think also one of bargaining power. I mean, I had in the context of this week, I had a number of bilaterals with a number of African digitalization ministers, and I mean, when you look at this from the perspective of some of the quite small states with populations of 2-3 million inhabitants, where you maybe have not more than 300,000 connected users, and even that is probably an overcount. What kind of bargaining power do you have? And that's where I think it's also important that AU member states really get together, whether under the framework of the AU, whether under the framework of regional blocs, to really pool resources and increase their bargaining power. I mean, it's the same thing that the European Union does in a global context when it comes to negotiations with the United States and so on. So I think those are some realities that we really need to take into consideration.
Vas, I'm sorry, I'm not going to return to the question that I actually asked after that, because we're running out of time, and I want to see if there's an online question from Christelle. Christelle, can you hear me and can I hear you?
Yes. There is a question online. How can open source AI communities in the African continent be supported and sustained? This is from Ghana Hub, IGF.
Great. Thanks,
Thank you.
Christelle. Is there another question?
I think somebody was attempting to ask a question.
It was a gentleman, yeah.
Okay. Crystal, is there another question online? We'll just take a couple and then people can give a scattered response to close off.
It was the only one.
It was the only one. Okay, thank you. We've got another question in the room. And then, Barbara, we're going to start with you so that you can lead off the answering the questions.
Yeah, generally to the panelists, I think the question of Africa's position on AI is something that, as Adil has pointed out, they're quite proactive in establishing. And as we know, the WSIS Plus 20 review process is coming up. Africa has taken a proactive step even before this particular process comes up to issue various frameworks, as you've rightly pointed out, the AUDPF, the position paper on the GDC, the African contribution, the AI strategy. Are we seeing in the future a position where continentally or at member state level a departure for the adoption of open source AI to boost the digital economy? Is it something that you, the panelists, would support, even if it's in contravention or it's in opposition to Africa's position on the use or regulation of AI? So that's my question to you, because as we are quick to see the adoption of open source AI as an opportunity, we also need to look at the sustainability from a policy standpoint, the adaptability, what that really means when it comes to member states enforcing their interests. And I think you've touched on this question a bit more, that's why I sat down. But the question then arises, with the WSIS Plus 20 process coming up and all these other parallel processes globally, continentally, do we see a situation where Africa has to then concede and take up open source AI for economic benefit in contravention to its policy standpoint? Thanks.
Before you leave, can you just clarify the position that you're saying is different, that is different from Africa's position in WSIS? Which specific position are you speaking about?
No, I'm not saying there's a different position. I'm just saying the process is coming up, and one of the elements that are going to be discussed is AI and data governance.
Okay.
As a bit of,
Okay, so where should we be? Where should we stand on that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Barbara. If you would take any question you'd like, but I think the first question particularly is geared to the work that NEPAD's doing in this area and trying to enable access to OpenAI.
Yes, thank you for that. I think our approach has been to look at open source AI, not in just the idea of training coders for the purpose of training coders or getting people into AI just for the purpose of it, but we are trying to look at a problem-solving approach to some of these communities. For instance, with our Youth in AI Robotics competition, where we have these innovators grouped into categories. Each of these categories are addressing a problem, whether it's healthcare, education, mining industry challenges, whatever pressing issues we have as aligned to Agenda 2063 and then the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy for Africa. So we are framing those community outputs into tangible impacts. And I think that's how we can ensure that these communities become sustainable, because you are solving real-time problems. And it's also when it comes to education systems that build up these communities, where we want to look at domain-specific AI education. So you're not just giving broad AI and then the person is a master of everything, but how do we contextualize some of these communities to provide education in specific sectors, whether, again, in health or agriculture education, where AI is seen as, I think as one of the panelists said, as a roadmap to development and not just the new technology, cutting away from the buzz and just looking at practically how we can use it to address many of these problems. We are doing that already with our innovators in AI and robotics competition. This year, we just rounded up that competition. We had over 2,000 submissions. And the idea is that once we profile them and look at what levels they are, whether they're prototypes or those that are in the field. We'll then also move them into an accelerator hub to look at how we can get them to look at some of these innovations and solutions in a more domain-specific approach, addressing problems that have been identified as challenges on the continent from our policymakers and our decision makers.
Thank you so much, Barbara. And I think this nuancing that Barbara is trying to get to this discussion, what AI are we talking about? Who can actually use this? What is the purpose of it? The sectoral applications of it is really going to, help us move this ahead. What is pragmatic to do here? What is, the potential there? And perhaps something we haven't actually discussed very much is, we've spoken a lot about regulation, but within regulation, of course, there, great utility in incentives. So maybe also just as you wrap up, to just speak about from your perspectives where you are, what those might be. But to answer the more political question on where Africa's position on this should be within the context of this action line within the World Summit of the Information Society.
So I'm going to try and attempt to answer both questions. One, my view has been for at least 35 years that closed mouths don't get fed. So on the question about the community and how they can leverage open source AI more, I think there is first a need for the community to come together, and there are so many across this continent that are already doing that, but grow those communities is important. And then for those communities to access the kind of programs that Meta puts out, whether it be the impact grants I've spoken about, the accelerator, as well as other companies put out. Every time I go on LinkedIn, I see a program being provided by Google, by Microsoft, by other smaller players involved in this space. So I think there's a lot out there for the community, and we should continue trying to invest in it and grow that piece. The gentleman's question, I didn't quite catch, Alison. Is there this decision we'll have to make on whether we use open source AI and sacrifice something else is kind of what I got. I speak to ministers, heads of state, regulators across the continent, and we started off with this panel by all in unison saying this is a huge opportunity that we need to seize. As I think about kind of how governments are approaching this for the most part, they're all trying to seize this opportunity. And even the AU as a body, an august body for kind of coordinating and trying to drive the harmonization is doing it. We've done some work with ALDA NEPAD, the AU Development Agency, to develop a Llama-based app to help small and medium-sized businesses. The core of this session was about how do we grow the economy, to help them understand how they move their businesses from, how they open businesses in countries across borders. All of that speaks to us. And I think that's a ringing endorsement from the African Union as well as governments to kind of the opportunity in front of us. I'm not sure at this stage about getting more granular. I see a hard decision to make for the continent at the moment. Maybe I'm not understanding the question properly, but that's how I see it.
I think part of the question was just, I think there's this big commitment, a lot of enthusiasm, but I think, it's not unconditional. That it needs certain conditions to be enabling, certain conditions to not perpetuate,
some of the
amplify inequalities, etc., etc. So I think that was sort of the question. Tobias, we are time up. I'm going to give you a minute, and I'm going to give Adele a minute, and we'll be talking to ourselves and probably lose our sound as well.
Okay, so I'll try to cope with the challenge of answering 7 questions with 0 seconds of time.
Yes, something like that.
No, I mean, maybe just a few selected points. I mean, first of all, I would find it presumptuous to lay out what I believe should be the African approach to AI regulation, implementation, and so on. I think I would hope for it to be an African-led process that's truly African, that's truly inclusive, that's enabling, business-friendly, but also risk-conscious. I think those are, from my perspective, the key elements, but I think the local ownership is really perhaps the most important part. So, yeah, on that. The other thing is that I'm really convinced that the future of AI in Africa will not be built in silos, and I think in that sense it has to really come from collaboration. And I mean, speaking now from the perspective of GIZ, I mean, we see ourselves very much. We're not a primarily a tech organization. We see ourselves as a convener, as an enabler, and in that sense, we're happy to play our role also to provide a bit the glue that holds these collaborations together.
Thanks so much, Tobias.
Yeah, so as a matter of principle, I think we've been consistent in the African Union Commission. We want AI for peaceful and socio-economic development, and we are also advocating for ethical use of AI. This has been articulated in the African Digital Compact that we submitted to the UN, and also now we are also formulating a common position on the WSIS plus 20, and we are going to articulate the same position. So also we are also advocating for a seat for Africa when it comes to AI policy making and AI governance. I think it's very important. I think the membership of the G20 that you mentioned, I think this is a step forward. But I think it's very crucial because Africa has been left behind in many of the decision making in the previous century. But I think we need to position ourselves more when it comes to in the global decision making when it's come to AI. I think it's very crucial that we are part of this decision making process, and this is what we are going to articulate when we develop our WSIS plus 10 position, African common position on WSIS plus 20, sorry.
Plus 20. Thank you so much, Adil, and thanks very much to our panelists and our audience who've sat with us for so long at such an end of a long day. And to Christelle and people online, thank you so much for staying with us. And finally to our audio and crew people here for indulging us with a few extra minutes. Thank you so much.
And to you for the excellent moderation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really good.
Thank you.